Good morning. Due to COVID-19, Committee of Adjustment public hearings are being conducted virtually through WebEx Webinar, an online digital platform, and streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel. Participants who registered in advance will be able to make their presentations to the committee using WebEx Webinar, which is moderated by city staff. Anyone wishing to view the hearing can watch on YouTube. Participants who registered in advance will connect to the hearing by phone or with a compatible electronic device and have the option of participating via video or audio only. Participants will be muted automatically upon entry. When your item is called, each participant will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. Please mute your devices until you are called upon to speak. Those participating by video will be temporarily upgraded to panelist when their item is heard. During this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time. At all other times, your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Members of the public and applicants are not allowed to use the share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. The host will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect this instruction. My name is Nancy Oman, and I will be chairing this hearing. Panel members participating via WebEx Webinar who can be seen and heard are Aaron Cheng, Carl Niffel, Larry Clay, and Peter Reed. We acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa and the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and it is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. In accordance with Sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting for the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning that apply to the property, permission to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consent to sever property to create new lots. Anyone in attendance today who wants to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must submit a written request by email. Please include your name, address, and an email address. Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Body, known as TLAB, will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to TLAB or, in some limited circumstances, to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government recently amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. As of November 28, 2022, only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons, and public bodies, as those terms are defined in the Planning Act, are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired, and when the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant or agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee, and I'll comment when you're reaching the 5-minute mark. When addressing the committee, please speak slowly and clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first with the presentation of the application, and then individuals either in support or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant or agent has an opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for a decision. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised to ensure that the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes. Okay. Are there any minutes to be confirmed, Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer?
Good morning, Madam Chair and panel members. No minutes for today.
Okay. Are there any declarations of interest for staff or panel Members? No? Are there any files to be closed this morning, Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer?
Through you, Madam Chair, not for this morning.
Okay, and are there any deferral requests? I don't
Through
believe
you,
so this
Madam Chair,
morning.
yes. Item number 4,
Okay,
file number A0216/23TEY 1552 Bloor Street West is requesting a deferral.
okay. Do you have any speakers that are here for this item? Just Okay, so in that case, I think I'd like to just go in order.
Sure.
And just give me a second, I'm gonna move this screen because I can't see you.
Yeah, it's okay. Just shift it a little bit. Yeah, there.
Okay. Okay. Item number 1, 53 Alameda Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. I don't show any opposition speakers. I only have the agent listed. Do we have the agent online?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members. Ida Evangelista.
Good morning. Panel members, do you need a presentation or do you have any questions for Ms. Evangelista? No questions? Okay, Ms. Evangelista, we're ready to take it into committee. There are no questions and we don't require a presentation. Is there anything you would like to add before we make a decision on this?
Madam Chair, the application is self-explanatory. It's an existing 2-story house. We are proposing an addition to allow for some rental units. It's quite gentle for the area, very characteristic, and I'm ready for you to go into committee.
Okay, thanks. All right, panel members, we are in committee. And can I have comments or a motion or both? Mr.
I
Cheng.
think it's very straightforward, so I'm happy to support.
Okay, is that a motion?
Oh, yeah, I can make it into a motion to to approve this application
All
without
right.
any conditions.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Mr. Nipfel. Motion to approve moved by Mr. Cheng, seconded by Mr. Nipfel. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Okay, item number 2, 226 Lauder Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a revised site plan, email correspondence from the agent, and we have a planning report that's asking for a condition. And can we maybe put the planning report up if it's handy? And I don't have any opposition speakers. Do we have the agent on the line?
Anthony, you've been unmuted.
Yes, Anthony Morisuti here. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. I just need, well, you've already said your name, so we're good. I don't think we need a presentation on this. Are you aware of the planning report?
I am, yes.
Okay. Panel members, do you have any questions for the agent? Mr. Nipfel?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. It looks as though there's no feasible way of you increasing the amount of soft landscaping, and I believe that's the reason for the planning department's condition that you provide. I think it's planters in one tree. Is that a correct analysis of the situation, or is there any way that you can increase the percentage of soft landscaping beyond what we've got before us?
Yeah, that's accurate. It's an existing hard landscape that to increase it would be more onerous than it would be to meet the planning conditions of the tree and the planters. That's correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions, panel members? Okay, seeing none, is there anything you'd like to add, Mr. Morisuti, before we go into committee to make a decision?
Not at this time, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're in committee, panel members. Mr. Nipfel and then Mr. Reed.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm a little uncomfortable with the landscape variance that's requested. But looking at the alternatives, I think the planning department's alternative of planters and a tree is a reasonable alternative. It's not ideal, but I think it goes some way towards addressing the deficit. As it is with the condition, I'd be prepared to support the application.
Okay, is that a motion then?
I think Mr. Reed wanted to talk first. Oh, yeah.
I have nothing further to add, Carl. Thanks.
Okay, then that is a motion approval subject to the planning condition.
Okay, did you want a second, Mr. Reed?
Yes, please.
Okay, so motion to approve, including the June 21st planning condition, moved by Mr. Nipfel, seconded by Mr. Reed. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Thank you. Item number 3, 234 Brunswick Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 2 photographs of the existing third-floor rear deck, and 2 photographs of trees on the subject property. I'm not showing any opposition speakers, just the agent, and we have 1 variance before us. Do we have the agent on the line?
Yes, Thomas Jenkins is here.
Hi.
Hello.
Panel members, do you have any questions for Mr. Jenkins? Okay, not seeing any questions, sir. Anything you want to add before we go into committee to make a decision on this?
I'm simply, I'm just have a 3rd floor existing deck, and I'd just like to enclose it. It's pretty straightforward, I think.
Okay. All right. Panel members, we're in committee. Mr. Clay?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I would agree with the applicant. This is a very simple application with only a very modest increase in FSI. I think it's supportable. I move approval with no conditions.
Okay. Do I have a seconder? Mr. Cheng? So, motion to approve, moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Mr. Cheng. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Thank you. Item number 4. 1552 Bloor Street West. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 6 photographs of trees on the subject property, parking and loading letter prepared by LEA Consulting Limited. We have a deferral request from the agent. We have email correspondence from Transportation Engineering. They don't have any concerns. We have staff reports from Development Coordinator, Property Planning and Development, the TTC, as well as Community Planning. They support the deferral request, and correspondence expressing concern from 2350 Dundas Street West. And I am showing those people listed as having concerns. So, do we have the agent on the line?
Yes, Andrea Christoph is here.
Hi, Andrea. Good morning. Can you just briefly tell us why you need the deferral?
We are requesting a deferral pending meeting with the planning staff at their request.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I'm just going to go. Do you have the opposition? If I could have the opposition on the line. Is it maybe Domitilla first?
Domitilla, you've been unmuted.
Hi, Domitilla, are you there?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. So we're I don't know, I'm assuming you've been listening, and if do you have a device running in the background? If you do, can you please turn it off?
There is no device running.
Because it's really echoing. Anyway, so the applicant is asking for a deferral because our planning department would like to have further discussions. So we are looking at not hearing this application today. So I just wanted to let you know or see how you feel about the deferral request.
But I think we can give them some time. I'm surely understand that we have discussion. We will have a discussion with Dr. Brian regarding resolving some difficulty with him directly. And also I have few listed questions, so I'm not sure if I can present it now or for the coming hearing.
No, so I think ideally, I would like to, and I'm sure Andrea is listening, the committee would like you to have discussions if a deferral is granted before you come back, and perhaps some of the issues that you have can be resolved before this matter comes back before
Yes.
committee. Okay?
Right. All right.
Okay.
We are,
Yeah.
we have every intention of meeting with the owners of 2053 Dundas Street West to address their issues.
Okay, that's good to hear. And do you have Brian on the line also?
Yes, Brian is here.
Oh,
Brian
hi.
will.
So only to the deferral. I know you're in support. Just want to get your thoughts on the deferral.
Yes, I'm one of the owners of the property, and I'm okay with the deferral and working through and trying to solve the issues.
Okay, great. And hopefully you will also have discussions with 2350. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, great. So panel members, let's take it into committee. So on the deferral, Mr. Clay and then Mr. Niffel.
Chair, I was just wondering, I was looking at the planning report and it's unclear as to what the nature of the issues are. I wondered before we vote on it, could I just ask the applicant what the actual
Sure.
issue is?
Sure. Andrea, if you could just, if you heard Mr. Clay's question. can you-
Yes, unbeknownst to myself, we were in for a site plan approval process some years ago, and that has not been closed. We're waiting for an NOAC from the planners, but they requested a meeting and requested deferral. So I plan to meet with them early next week to discuss what their issues are. I'm not entirely sure.
And this is,
Right, yeah.
this is not, is it adjacent to the development at BLOOR and Dundas, or is it just nearby?
It's adjacent, yes.
Okay, so it's right next to that multi-story residential complex that just got approved.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Andrea. All right, panel members, let's go back into committee. Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'd like to move deferral of the application to permit consultation with planning and neighbors. I understand that there are parallel applications, this one and a site plan control application, and I'm assuming that the request is to coordinate those two approvals, which will save everybody a great deal of time. So I would like to move the deferral as requested.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Mr. Cheng. So motion to approve, moved by Mr. Nipfel, seconded by Mr. Cheng. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Item number 5, 28 Cavell Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, email correspondence with the agent. We have an order to comply affecting this property, supporting materials from the agent. We have email correspondence from the assistant planner, and planning is asking for a condition. We have forestry asking for condition number 2. We have a form letter in support from number 23 Cavell, and correspondence in opposition at number 30, which is adjacent, 32, and 26, which is the other adjacent neighbor. And I do have 3 speakers listed here in opposition. Do we have all of them? Okay. And can we have the agent, please?
Adam, you've been unmuted.
Good morning, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Adam Brander. I'm the agent and the architect for the proposal at 28 Cavell. I am here to request a deferral for the application.
You're asking for a deferral. Okay, and why do you want to have a deferral?
Through you, Madam Chair, there's been a zoning bylaw amendment that has come into effect earlier this month. It would appear there are no variances remaining applicable for this application, though it may be possible the variances are reduced only, or there could be newly applicable subclauses to the bylaw. We've reached out to the City of Toronto zoning examiner requesting an update and confirmation, but as of yet, have yet to have their updated review. And we've communicated this to C of A staff, and they've recommended a deferral approach until the amendment is considered.
Okay, can I ask you, I'm sure you've seen the opposition letters that, and I understand you may not need to come back for variances, but regardless, if you're granted a deferral, will you undertake to have discussions with the neighbors also?
Certainly, through you, Madam Chair, the property owner has been in discussions with the adjacent neighbors throughout the process so far, and we'll continue to do so moving forward.
Okay, thank you. Okay, can we just go through the neighbors then in order, I guess?
Claire, you've been unmuted.
Hi, my name is Claire Patrijon, and I'm the owner of, and I live at 30 CAVELL Avenue.
Good morning, Claire. We're looking at not hearing the application today. If you've been listening, the applicant has asked for a deferral. There have been bylaw changes, and they may actually not need variances, so they need to have discussions with zoning and planning. So I just wanted to know if you're in favor of the deferral.
If that comes with no variance, I'm not in favor. I think my concern will remain. We have several discussions with the owner, and so far our concern have been ignored. So I'm a bit worried that there will be no changes there.
Okay, there may be changes to the variances. I think they need to go back to the table and look at things. So all right. Let me just go to the next person.
Janet, you've been unmuted.
Thank you. I concur with Claire in my concerns with the house, regardless of changes to the planning bylaws, is it?
Mm-hmm. Okay, so yeah, basically the agent also needs to engage in discussions with zoning and planning, which is part of the deferral request. And they may make changes. You did hear he would continue discussions regardless with yourself and other neighbors who have concerns if the deferral is granted.
May I just ask one question?
Sure.
Will we have an opportunity to present our opposition later on?
If the matter does not require coming back to committee, then no, because then they would be able to build as of right.
So there would be no recourse for us?
Only if there were violations to the building code or to, to what they had applied for, and if they were not building according to what was approved by the building department.
And who would make that known so that we again could have an opportunity to oppose?
So basically, it wouldn't be through a committee like this. It would be if you had looked at the plans and noticed something was wrong, then you would call 311, and then it would be passed on to the building department, and you would, be contacted by the building department. They should be inspecting throughout the building process.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Can I have the third speaker, please?
Good morning. This is Rebecca Lockie. I'm the owner of 26 CAVELL. Frankly, I'm a little surprised just because it seems like the plans were breaking quite a few bylaws. So I'm surprised, and I hope that we will be able to still voice our opposition just because it seemed like the proposed renovation was quite extensive.
Okay. All right, panel members, do you have questions for any of the speakers? And then I'll see if you have any. Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just an observation. A deferral has been requested, and if it's refused and we proceed with the application, one would assume that we would either approve or refuse the application or approve it with conditions. If subsequently there is no need for the application and the applicant does not need to come before a committee, then the refusal has no merit and it has no value that I could see. The conditions can't be enforced. So I don't really see the reason for proceeding at this time. If by contrast, the applicant comes back with changes, and he does need a variance or two and comes back with changes, then the owners that are concerned, the neighbors, would have an opportunity to raise their concerns and have that application refused and or approved with conditions. I guess what I'm saying is I don't see there being any advantage to anybody if the deferral is refused and we go ahead with the application. I understand there are concerns. I've read all the comments and we're well prepared. I have one of my own. In a semi-detached building, we need elevations that show the elevations in context. But if Mr. Brander doesn't need a variance, then I don't see any advantage at all in continuing with this application. So I actually can't see why we would not agree to a deferral.
Yeah, I think you very well put, Mr. Nipfel. I would agree with you. Even if the application's refused, they don't have to build it, and they can just, wait things out until the bylaw. I'm not sure if the bylaw he's referring to is still under appeal or, if that's the issue, but you're right. There's no merit in hearing it today because the conditions would be meaningless. I agree with you. Anybody else want to weigh in on this? Mr. Clay.
Yeah, the only thing I agree wholeheartedly. Even if they don't have to come back in for variances in the future and they are building as of right, I wonder if we could just maybe make a suggestion to Mr. Brander that he consider doing privacy screening on the balconies because that was a concern that was raised by adjacent neighbors, and whether that's a requirement or not, and in an as-of-right building, I think it would be appropriate to include that if he's going to proceed in the future, just to help satisfy some of the residents' concerns.
Okay, Mr. Brander, you there?
You did? Can you hear me now?
I can. So if you can just speak to, the comment made by Mr. Clay, and then I'm looking at my notes, and would you be, through your discussions, are you considering revisions? And I'm not sure this bylaw, does it actually allow the actual things you're asking for, or is it a bit less and you're going to be reducing, for example, the wall length, etc.? Because the issues are about massing and bulk and loss of lights and view. And there was also an issue about the shared wall. So, yeah, it is important that you continue discussions with these neighbors.
Certainly, I'm sure the homeowner will continue discussions with the neighbors. I'm fully in support of recommending privacy screening for everyone's enjoyment of their space. And yeah, it would appear that without changes, this would be an as-of-right proposal as of a few weeks ago, but we're waiting on zoning staff to understand and interpret the new bylaw amendments that are in effect as of a few weeks ago.
Okay. All right, panel members, if there are no more questions, let's take it into committee then on the deferral. Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I would move approval of the requested deferral to allow the applicant to consult with the city about the extent to which variances are required. I'm wondering as well if we might add in the notes of the meeting, not a condition, but as the notes that the applicant indicated his agreement with screening I think it's the third floor balcony. It's a very large balcony, and Mr. Clay's right, screening of it in an as of right situation should actually be required. But I think since Mr. Brander's indicated his agreement with the idea that we could put it in, I would suggest we put it in the minutes of the meeting.
Is that okay? Yeah, Sabrina says she'll do that. So is that a motion then to defer, Mr.
Yes, it is.
Okay, do I have a seconder for that motion? Mr. Cheng, so motion to defer moved by Mr. Nipfel, seconded by Mr. Cheng with the notes as described. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Item number 6, 436 Westmoreland Avenue North. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 5 photographs of trees on the subject property. We have a staff report from community planning, and I believe they're asking for refusal of 2 variances, number 3 and 5. And we have forestry asking for condition number 1. We have correspondence expressing concern from 2 people who did not give us an address, 443 Westmoreland and 380A Westmoreland. I do not show opposition speakers. Do I have the agent on the line?
Mark?
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. Can
Yeah.
I just have you state your name for the record?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mark Santana. I'm the agent, and I work for JRI Architects, the designer for this project. And we have the owners online, I believe, John Scioli. And later on, I would like to request the committee to allow the owner to speak later on for any questions,
Okay.
Especially with the concerns from the neighbors.
Okay. Are you aware of the planning report, sir?
Yes, I did, and we did have a review of that with the owners. We are happy to accept the recommendation pending that variances numbers 3 and 5. If the owners would like to air their intent for those variances, they are referring to the ancillary structures for the committee to consider in the final decision.
Okay, so are you accepting the refusal recommendation, or you are not?
We would like to have the owners speak, and whatever your final decision will be, we will be accepting.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, and the tree in the front, are you protecting the tree in the front?
Yes, definitely. So I think if we could have John Scioli and Anita Marquez, the owners, to speak here.
Okay, let me see then if okay, so if we can have the owners on the line then?
Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi, what's your name, please?
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Anita Marcus, and I'm here with my husband, John Scioli. We're the owners of 436 Westmoreland Avenue North.
Okay, can you just, you've probably been listening, so planning's recommendation for refusal of variances 3 and 5. You wanted to speak to that? Or?
Yes, is it okay if I share a very brief statement that we prepared? It addresses that piece as well. Thank you again, Madam Chair, and the committee for hearing our request for variance. As I said, my name is Anita Marcus, and I'm here with my husband, John Scioli, and Mark is our architect also on the line. We grew up in the nearby area at Bloor and Christie, and ever since my parents immigrated to Canada in 1975, my husband and I have one son so far, Oliver, who just turned 3 last week, and are proud to have purchased this home 2 years ago as our forever family home to raise our growing family there. Westmoreland Avenue North is a vibrant and beautiful street, and the elm tree in the front yard, in our front yard, is a magnificent one, and actually one of the many reasons why we bought this house. We love the shade and cover it provides our home, and hope to enjoy it for many years to come. It is our intent to protect the tree during construction and take all necessary precautions to protect it after construction. As an avid backyard gardener, we wanted to strike a balance between the interior space needs for our growing family and maintaining the current yard space to continue with our garden. We believe the variances that we are requesting strike that balance. On the rear property, detached garage, we understood we should apply for all approvals at the same time, and are planning in the future, when we can afford it, to build a laneway apartment, especially given all the housing needs in Toronto at this time, and are requesting the variance to allow this in the future, so we do not have to return for another variance. We appreciate your consideration, and thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Panel members, do you have any questions for the owner? No? Larry, if you do, I can't see you. Just speak.
Yeah, I think I'll just ask what we're probably all thinking about is the garage. You're proposing to build a 2-story garage that will have, I guess, storage for a period of time before you do a laneway suite. Is that what you're thinking?
Yes.
Okay. You appreciate that you'd have to come back if you had needed variances anyways to convert it to a laneway suite, unless it's built to be consistent with the current bylaws for laneway suites.
You mean at the time? If that were the case, then I guess.
If you were ever planning to convert it, but I guess the risk for us is that we don't know whether that would actually come forward. So you're kind of asking us to approve it on the basis that sometime down the road it might be converted into a laneway suite.
It was also our understanding we'd have to get a building permit in order to convert it to a laneway suite.
That's right.
It's not our intention to put any kind of plumbing or kitchen in the storage right now.
But you're still seeking a 2-story structure.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else have any questions? Carl, I can't see you, so if you have a question, please speak up.
I do. I have a very quick one. It's related to the last question. If it's just a garage, it seems odd to me that it would be a 2-car garage, given everyone's reduction in parking. Do you really need a 2-car garage? I'm just surprised by this.
I mean, I think so. We are a growing family, and a 2-car garage, although, you know, we may have 1 car at one point, we may have no cars, but the space is still valuable for us for our gardening and our you know, our setup for all of our, you know, seedlings that we create every year. So.
And also our work. So I don't work within the city of Toronto, so I commute daily to the office. I do work for 5 days a week.
So if you turned it into, down the road, if it is turned into another dwelling unit, a garden suite, or a laneway suite, is your intention then to remove the parking or retain the parking?
Retain the parking. The suite would only be on the 2nd floor.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any other questions, panel members? Okay, let's take it into committee for a decision then. Mr. Clay.
Thanks, Chair. Frankly, I don't have any real issues with the proposal as submitted for the principal dwelling. You know, I think the application makes sense. It is a small place. But I am concerned about the proposal for the 2-story garage. I kind of agree with what planning's recommendation is. I've said this in the past. I think some of my colleagues agree that a 2-story dwelling or 2-story garage can have an impact on the surrounding neighbors. We allow 2 stories for laneway suites and garden suites, but because that has a broader public purpose and adding to the rental stock of the neighborhood. So personally, I'm in agreement with planning's recommendation not to support the laneway or the 2-story structure in the rear.
Okay, anyone else? Mr. Niffel.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm in agreement with Mr. Clay. I think if this was a laneway suite or a garden suite, I'd look at it differently. But in that at the present time it's garage and storage, I think the second story is questionable, and I'm unable to support it at this time. If they come back with a laneway suite or a garden suite, I'd certainly revisit that.
So I do have a question then, Chair. If we don't approve the ancillary structure as proposed, would the applicant still need the rear yard variance for landscaping? Maybe could we ask?
Yeah, can we maybe go back to Mr. Santana? Is Mr. Santana there?
Hello.
Oh, hi. Mark, so did you hear the question?
Yes, I did. And probably we still need, because we are approved for variance number 6, which it's pertaining to the lot coverage of that ancillary structure. So the landscape area will not change for the rear yard.
Okay.
So in that regard, can we just pull up the site plan? Because I think, you know, they're fairly low on the rear yard landscaping. I noticed there's a walkway there. I wonder whether there's an opportunity to do something a little bit better in the rear yard.
Mr. Santana, is there any way to improve on the
The only way that I can think of right now is maybe for that sidewalk to be permeable, utilizing permeable pavers instead of concrete sidewalk to increase the permeability, percolation for the soil. And as you heard from the owner, they are gardeners, so they are very well into landscaping. And I think that's all that I can think of to improve that landscaping.
Yeah, I think that would be great. That would be helpful.
Any other questions, panel members? Okay, let's take it into committee then. Mr. Clay.
Thanks, Chair. I'm happy to take a crack at this. Again, as we discussed, I think we would, I'd move approval of the application with the exceptions of variances
3 and 5.
3 and 5, which we would refuse. There is a forestry condition number 1 with respect to a city-owned tree and an advisory memo, which I think we just make a note of.
And your condition for?
Condition that the rear walkway be constructed of permeable materials.
Okay, so the motion before us is to approve the application with forestry number 1, condition for permeable pavers on the rear walkway, and refusal of variances 3 and 5. Moved by Mr. Clay.
Hold on, through
Hang
you,
on.
Madam Chair.
Yeah.
What about variance number 4? Where it speaks to a height of 2 stories, where 1 story is permitted.
That's thanks, Sabrina. I think that's, did planning's report reference 4?
No. Oddly enough.
But clearly that's one we should refuse as well.
Okay.
And the floor area for number 5 would change because they only have 1 story.
So then the refusal would be variances number 3, 4, and 5.
Yeah.
Yes, I think that makes sense. Thanks, Sabrina.
Okay, so it would be forestry number 1, condition for permeable pavers on the rear yard walkway, and refusal of variances 3, 4, and 5, moved by Mr. Clay. All in favor?
We have to
Or, I'm
change
sorry,
the-
yes, Carl, go ahead.
Do we have to change the last one, or can we leave it? The last variance?
The last variance is for the floor space index of the main dwelling.
Okay, so it's okay then. All right. So it's just 3, 4, and 5 that we're changing.
Oh, hang on, one more thing. On the purpose, do we have to change the 2-story ancillary building to a 1-story ancillary building?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, if variance number 6 is being approved. Variance number 6 has to deal with the lot coverage of the ancillary building.
Okay, sorry, I'm getting, Mr. Reed. Yeah. You're muted.
Pardon me. I think we're all trying to get to the same end, but I think we have a bit of a conflict now in terms of the footprint of the garage. So if we deny variance 5, then the garage is limited to 40 square meters, but the footprint is, as in variance 6, is I think 49. So I think that's a conflict.
That's the one I meant too. I'm sorry, I used the wrong number.
Okay.
Is it possible if we ask the applicant to defer it? Either they change the garage into an actual garden suite or remove it and come back and update the zoning notice so we don't have to speculate a lot of things and modify the terms.
Well, or as an alternative, if a 1-story garage is 49.07 meters squared, could we, since that's a reduction from the requested variance on number 5, could we not just insert that in there? That would give them the footprint for their 1-story.
I think that would work, Larry.
Yeah, again, if that gives them, I mean, that just eliminates the 2nd story and still gives them the footprint, the square metage for the footprint for the 1-story.
I mean, to Aaron's point, it might make sense to ask them if they'd be open to a deferral. I'm just assuming they want an approval so they can start on the main house, but
Why don't I ask the owners then? Anita, are you there?
Hi, yes, we're here. We're trying to follow along. Sorry, this is not our expertise, so we're trying our best to follow along. I think from our perspective, I think we would like to have the footprint of the garage. I think that was, sorry, can I defer to Mark? I'm actually not sure what to say next.
So, okay, well, I think Mark, we can defer to Mark, but he probably needs your approval for the suggestion just made by Mr. Cheng, which is to defer the application, have you look at it, whether you then come back with this, instead of the wording for detached garage, that it's a laneway suite, instead of us trying to sort of play with the variances here to, you'll lose the 2nd story based on some of our discussions now. So I think that still ultimately has your decision, but if you want me to speak to Mark, that's fine.
I just want to add one more note.
Yeah.
I think you should.
Should I put one other alternative on the table?
Sure.
Is it possible, and it would be the Deputy Secretary Treasurer could tell us this, if Peter's right, and the applicant would need to tell us, if their first priority is the existing house, is there any way that we could approve the portion of the application that deals with the house and defer only the portion of the application that deals with the ancillary building?
The answer is no.
Okay.
Sabrina's shaking her head, so.
Through you, Madam Chair, no, we can't do that. I think the discussion has been either to request deferral or to have a split decision where you're approving some variances and refusing others, and you may just need to amend variance number 5 to reflect the area of the one-story detached garage, as well as amend the purpose of application that it's only a one-story ancillary building, which is a detached garage, not a laneway suite.
Mr. Chang, you had a comment?
Yes, I was just wondering, again, I think I feel like I should ask on behalf of the applicant, if those variances that were rejected today, can they come back within a certain time and apply for again with a stronger reason, or they will have to wait for a certain time to come back? Because I believe what they want to do next is to put a garden suite at the back. Would this rejection of this variance affect them on the next hearing, or even being allowed to put on a COA agenda?
Sabrina?
Through you, Madam Chair, if they were to submit a new application just for a laneway suite, then at the time that that's before committee, they would review that application on its merits.
So there's no time limit, like between this one and coming back with similar variances?
It would mean
I
they
think.
just need a new application to committee and go through the process again.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so Anita, I don't know if we've confused you even more, but.
Yes,
yeah,
sorry,
okay.
yes.
So basically, it's either you ask for a deferral and you revisit this and come back with it as a laneway suite and get your height and everything approved, or you've heard we're not prepared to support the height, so we would be removing the height and all, everything related to the height and the floor area space for the ancillary structure.
But we could, Chair, just to be clear, we could amend that variance if the applicant
Yeah,
wishes to
the
do
one
that.
for the one to make it 49, what is it, 49, I forget now, 49.07 meters squared.
Could we, and so that would be amending which variance, number 5 or number 6?
So 3, so 3 would be removed, 5 would be amended, and 4 would be also deleted or not approved for the height.
Okay. And
Now,
number 6.
Listen, the other thing I can do, I know is I can hold this item down, and we can come back to this at the end of the morning if you want to talk about this with your agent.
Yes, actually, I think, can we do that?
Okay, so you just need to pay attention to, Mr. Santana, maybe you can just pay attention, and I'll put you at the end of the morning session, okay? That gives you a lot of time to talk about it.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Okay, so the next item is item number 7, which is number 2, Inglewood Drive. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 4 photographs of trees on the subject property, and we have 9 form letters in support from residents on Inglewood Drive and Moore Avenue. And I do not show any opposition speakers on this one. Do I have the agent on the line?
Good morning, Richard De Oliveira, representing the owners of 2 Inglewood.
Good morning. I don't think we need a presentation on this. Panel members, do you have any questions for Mr. De Oliveira? Mr. Reed.
Thanks, Chair. I'm just trying to understand variance 2, where it says it's in an open space zone, but the zoning is listed as RD. Could the applicant clarify that, please?
Certainly. We've encountered sort of an anomaly on this lot. And we've had extensive conversations with zoning and city staff to determine the best course of action here. So somehow over the life cycle of this property, the last third of the property, for some reason in the zoning bylaw, is the property is divided into two zoning sections. So the rear portion of the lot is open space, which mimics the lot behind it, which is a cemetery and the chapel. And then the front two-thirds of the lot is the standard zoning. And for some reason, we can't apply the initial zoning bylaw to the entire lot. We've got to look at it, and this is with conversations with the zoning department. We have to maintain the two separate zonings. So our variances are mostly related to this open space portion at the rear of the lot. And in looking at the site plan, we've indicated where that delineation happens. So anything on that open space, even though it's our client's property, from a zoning standpoint, it's still separated. And it seems from our discussions with managers in zoning that there's no way around this to apply the zoning bylaw other than in the manner that we're here today. And it's quite an anomaly. It surprised the city staff as well.
Okay, that's helpful. Thanks.
Any other questions, panel members? Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions. Anything you want to add, Mr. Oliveira, before we go into committee?
Just given the anomaly, we did obtain neighbor support, and we have precedent for the variances set today. I just wanted to point that out as well.
Okay, thank you. Panel members, we're in committee. Mr. Reid?
Thanks, Chair. I think with the explanation the applicant put forward, this is a fair application. I can see no real negatives to approving it. And I think the massing that's being put forward really is in line with what exists in the neighborhood, and there's broad support. So I'm happy to move approval of the application with no conditions.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Mr. Nipfel? So motion to approve, moved by Mr. Reid, seconded by Mr. Nipfel. All in favor? Okay, this carries unanimously. Item number 8, 172 Pearson Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have 8 photographs of trees on the property, presentation materials received in our supplemental agenda. Don't have any opposition speakers, and we have 1 variance before us, panel members. Okay, do I have the agent on the line?
Good morning, Madam Chair. Ida Evangelista, back.
Yeah, welcome back. Let me see if there are any questions for you. I don't think we need a presentation on this one. Anybody, any questions?
Just about we'll ask Ida about is there screening for the rooftop portion of the deck?
Through you, Madam Chair, Member Clay. So the owners have been in close contact with the neighbor, Ursula, and they have come up with an agreement between the two of them. So there's going to be like a screening during the summer months, but not the winter months. And I did receive an email from the neighbor that she is okay with that. So they have been in full communication, and that's an agreement that they have made amongst them.
So that's one side, no issue on the other side?
No issue on the other side. As you see from my subject property, first page, you'll see that they too are undergoing renovation.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, not Mr. Nipfel.
I still have concerns with the screening. Could you explain what kind of screening this is that is there for half the year but not for the other half?
So through you, Madam Chair, Member Nipfel, so the type of screening that they've both agreed on, both the owner and the neighbor have agreed on, is more of more of like a curtain screening, right? Because a curtain screening is not as, it's not as hard, it's not there, it's not something that, you know, the neighbor has to look at year round, which was what was preferable. So this is something that they can, you know, pull forward to receive, you know, privacy and give each other privacy, or pull back. And it's more of a gentle flowing characteristic to what they'd like to see in the neighborhood.
Okay, so it's
I
very much.
was just going to ask, if we put a condition, curtain screening in, is that actually like sold under that name? Because I'm not familiar with it, but.
I just want to add some comment.
Yeah.
If you go back to the building department, that is considered as a furnishing item. That is not a structure. So building department cannot enforce anyone to put a curtain on a wall or anywhere else. They can only enforce you to put a screen, which is a physical one mounted on the floor. Although I agree with the applicant, that's actually a nicer touch. But technically speaking, I just want to share what I know, that it's almost impossible to enforce someone to put a curtain at the balcony.
Thanks. Sorry, Carl, we cut you off.
Well, I agree with Aaron. It is a better solution from a design point of view. It's an Italian solution. In Italy, most of the patios have got that kind of screening. But we can't. To Aaron's point, a condition would make no sense because it can't be enforced. I'm concerned if the ownerships on either side change. But, you know, and I would also think that this screening, which is basically a drapery, could it be applied to both sides of the balcony? I guess what we'd have to do is have faith that this is going to work. Down the road, it could be a problem with subsequent owners, but I don't, other than putting a permanent screen up, which both the owner and the neighbor seem to be opposed to, I think probably it's a reasonable solution, but as Aaron said, we can't enforce it. We can't put a condition in.
Okay, are there any other questions? Okay, Ida, we're ready to go into committee. Anything you want to add?
I would just like to add, in ways of the screening, it is a written note. It is written between the owners of the neighboring property and the owners of 172 Pearson. They will be living in this house. This is their forever home. And this was a solution that they both came up to together. And that's what they would like to see. I believe the neighbor prefers something like this. So, and as do the owners.
Okay, thank you. Panel members, we're in committee. Mr. Clay and then Mr. Nipfel.
Sure. Thanks, Chair. I'm comfortable with the position as stated. I think the fact that they've got an agreement between the two neighbors is a good thing. I actually like it not only for an architectural design, but also if you pull it back in the winter, it allows for more sunlight to reach into the backyard, which seems to be a good idea. And so I think it's a supportable application. Carl, did you have any?
No, I think it's.
Before I make a motion?
I think it's supportable, and I like the solution as well. The only thing I was going to suggest, and Sabrina wants to weigh in, I think it would be helpful in the minutes to indicate that the owners have agreed to work with a temporary screening on the upper deck. And the only reason for putting that in is down the road, we're going to have an application where the applicant is going to cite all of the decisions that we've made for not having any screening, and this will be one of them. So I think a note in the minutes that indicates that there's an agreement for screening might be helpful to us in the future.
Through you, Madam Chair, we can do that as for the record.
Okay, so Larry, is that your motion then to approve the application?
Sure, and I don't believe it's just an FSI, it's a minor FSI, so I think it's quite a modest application. So I'll make that motion with that comment from Carl and no other conditions.
Carl, you want a second? So motion to
Happy to.
approve, moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Mr. Nipfel. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Item number 9. 228 Rushholme Road. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a revised site plan, covering letter from the agent, and an arborist report prepared by Brightleaf. I don't have any opposition speakers. Do we have the agent on the line?
Good morning, Madam Chair. Jay Smith, the agent for 228 Rushholme Road.
Good morning. All right, panel members, do you have any questions for Mr. Smith? Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. Smith, could you clarify the difference between the originally submitted site plan and the revised site plan? What actually changed?
The original site plan had an old deck on it, whereas the revised site plan has the deck that was built as of right with part of a renovation of the existing home. So that's the only changes. The original deck was inaccurate.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. And I think the aerial perspective drawing was very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, not seeing any more questions. Mr. Smith, we're ready to take it into committee. Anything you'd like to add?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, we're in committee, panel members. Okay, Aaron, I saw your hand go up, but I know you were coughing.
I was just coughing, but I'm very happy to make a motion to approve the application. I don't think there's any condition.
No, there isn't. Okay, so I have a motion to approve, moved by Mr. Cheng, seconded by Mr. Nipfel. All in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Item number 10, 1 Fairside Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have a revised site plan, floor plan, and elevations, a revised zoning notice, 1 photograph of trees on the property, email correspondence from the agent, as well as presentation materials and a supporting map. We have staff reports from community planning asking for a condition, forestry's asking for conditions 1 and 2, transportation's asking for a condition also. 8 form letters in support from residents on Fairside and CRESCENT Avenue, and we have correspondence expressing concern from number 3, Fairside. Okay, I don't have anybody other than the agent listed. Do you have the agent on the line?
Yes, good morning, everyone. My name is Leo Messendry. I'm the agent for the owners at 1 Fairside.
Good morning, Leo. Panel members, do you have any questions for the agent? Mr. Reed.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, just one. I think I read that you're decreasing the FSI proposed to 0.8. Is that correct?
Correct. We spoke to planning, and they want us to reduce the FSI, so we reduced it to 0.8, which in turn reduced the coverage to 41.1%. And so I don't know if you have my waiver.
Well, yeah, but I need you to amend variance number 6 to 0.8, and then I need the square meters.
187.38
187.38 meters squared.
meters, yes.
Okay.
And then number 5 would read 41.1%, 96.25 square meters.
Okay, hold on. So variance number 5 is 41.1% and 96.25 meters square. Is that right?
Correct. Yes.
Leo, does that affect the planning condition in terms of tying it to the site plan?
I believe that was part of it.
Okay.
Through you, Madam Chair, can we just get confirmation that the revised site plan shows these amended variances, number 5 and 6?
Leo?
Yes, I believe they do. What's the date on it?
Hang on, you believe or they do?
Well, if I see the date, we did submit them, so yes.
June
yes,
14.
That is the correct one.
Okay.
Yes, correct.
I was looking.
Actually, the outline of the building is actually reduced in size from the outline of the building is actually reduced in size from the existing. We reduced it. We moved the whole rear in 4 feet to address planning concerns
Okay.
and to bring our FSI to 0.8.
Okay, so we're using the revised plans then.
Correct.
Okay. Also, I was looking for a nice chart with your comparables, but I was still really disappointed.
I'm sorry. I swear on the next one we'll get it for you.
All right.
I've just been doing this for so long the same way. It's just, I will do it though.
Yeah, it would really
today
make
actually have.
committee members' lives, it would really make it a lot easier for us instead of sifting through, 50 to 100 pages, depending how many you send in.
Get it down to less than 20 if possible.
Yeah, well, a chart is 1 page, right? It'd be even better.
You're right.
Okay, Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Leo, since you've been doing this so long, you must be able to anticipate the next question. Will you screen the ground floor and the second floor balconies, the deck, on the north side? There's a privacy issue there.
No problem. Yes, we can do
Okay,
that.
and to the point that Sabrina asked you, are you comfortable that the revised plan is the one that we should be referencing relative to planning, or you need to check that? Because if we
I think
reference
the
the wrong
variances.
plan, the condition doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I think the variances speak for themselves, so I don't know if it's even necessary to tie it to the site plan.
Well, it's dated June 14th, so
Right.
that's the
It is the latest.
Okay, so it's the correct
Either way,
one. Okay. All right, any other questions, panel members? All right, Leo, no more questions. We're ready to take it into committee to make a decision. Anything you want to add?
No, I believe it does meet the 4 tests, and if you have any further questions.
No, we're good. All right, panel members, we're in committee. So we're, Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think with the changes that we've discussed and the screening, this is a reasonable application. I think it comfortably fits with its surroundings. I do notice that there was a concern from 3 FAIRSIDE about the height, although the variance for height, I would argue, is rather minimal and certainly in keeping with the heights in the general area and what we see as a general rule. Subject to that, therefore, Madam Chairman, I'd like to move approval with the following conditions: the condition from planning, forestry condition 1 and 2. I have a transportation condition, and I don't know whether that's just 1 second.
Yeah, I do too. I have it
There's a
written.
transportation condition and the screening of the ground floor deck and the second floor rear balcony.
Yeah, the transportation condition speaks to the curb cut and that they have to submit an application to update the curb cut on the drawings. And then the application as amended, so variance 5, becomes 41.1%, which equals 96.25 meters square. Variance number 6.8, which is 187.38 meters square. And then with the conditions outlined by Mr. Clay. Do I have a second, or by Mr. Nipfel, sorry. Do I have a seconder? Mr. Reed? So all in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Okay. Item number 11, 76 Dingwall Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a covering letter from the applicant. We have an arborist report prepared by Brightleaf, as well as a tree protection plan prepared by the same company. Do I have the agent on the line?
Good morning, Madam Chair. Jay Smith, agent for 76 Dingwall Avenue.
Good morning, welcome back. Panel members, any questions? We have 1 variance here.
No.
Any questions, Mr. Clay?
Thanks, Chair. Just confirming, so this is a really tiny addition. I thought I saw like 3.7 square meters.
Through you, Madam Chair, that's correct. This is to infill on the third floor, the back west corner of the area of, the existing floor. So it's very minor.
So your FSI is already pretty close to 1.23.
Yeah, we're at 1.21 currently, and that includes the basement due to the elevation of the property above grade. So with the exclusion of the basement, we'd be at 0.89.
Right. Thanks.
Any other questions? Okay, Mr. Smith, we're ready to go into committee. Anything you want to add?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, panel members, we're in committee. Mr.
Chair,
Clay.
I'm happy to move this one. This is very minor, extremely minor, and would have absolutely no impact, detrimental or otherwise, on the neighborhood. So I move approval with no conditions.
Okay, and seconded by Mr. Reed. So motion to approve, moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Mr. Reed. All in favor? This carries unanimously. Thank you. Item number 12, 287 High Park Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 4 photographs of trees on the property, a covering letter from the agent, a red line public notice showing a revised list of variances, planning rationale from the solicitor on behalf of the owner, correspondence in support from 291 High Park, and correspondence in opposition from 285 to 287 High Park, as well as 283 High Park. I'm showing one speaker other than the agent. I'm not sure if this is opposition or not. I think it might be. Yeah, okay. All right, do we have the agent on the line?
Yes, it's Leah Wilger, agent for 287 High Park Avenue.
Also,
287A, sorry.
Okay. Before I go any further, are you amending variance number 2? That's what I have in my notes here to read.
Yeah, we submitted a redlined copy.
Yeah, I understand that, but that's not the notice that went out. So I need you to officially amend variance number 2. I'm assuming it's to 22.77 meters.
That's right. We reduced the depth and the length of the building by 1.04 meters, and so reduced the depth variance to 22.77.
Okay, just give me a second to see. I think the speaker is in opposition, so I'm not sure if you want to hear the questions first or if you want to do a full presentation. What would be easier for you, Leah? Do you want to hear the concerns, assuming it's opposition, and then speak to those, or do you want to do a full-blown presentation first, assuming it's opposition?
Yeah, I think we've heard what the opposition is concerned about, so I could go ahead with the presentation.
Okay, let me just double check that they are in opposition, okay?
Grace, you've been unmuted.
Thank you. Hi, Madam Chair. Yes, we will be in opposition. I'm counsel to Melody and David Glover for the neighbors at 285 to 287 High Park Avenue.
Okay, so I'll come back to you then after we hear the presentation.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Okay, Leah, go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. So the owners would like to expand their residence for their growing family. The house is currently one of the smallest in the neighborhood, underdeveloped, and the FSI allows basically for them to double the size of their house. We determined it wasn't really feasible to take it up. There is also height that would be permitted, but to do a third-story addition would probably mean rebuilding the whole house. So we looked at wasn't feasible, and it's not the most sustainable type of building either, because the most sustainable building is an existing one, as we all know. So looking at doing a rear extension, because the property is long and narrow, That means doing a longer building than what is typically seen in this this category of zoning. But we did look at other buildings in the neighborhood, and there are quite a number that are long and narrow as we are proposing. We did submit a comparative study that showed a number of other that are close to the same length, some that are longer, some a little shorter. And so showed that this is a fairly typical condition in the neighborhood. I know the owner has been in discussion with the neighbors, including the neighbor just to the immediate south, which is the Glover property. They did express concerns about the length of the addition, which is why we responded by reducing. We had a good look at the plans and decided what was reasonable to reduce it by and still be able to do what the owners need for their addition. So we did come back with reduced length. They've also expressed concerns about the drainage of the property, and when we explained to them that the addition will actually direct more drainage away from their house. Right now they have a drainage issue on their north wall, and the addition will actually direct most of the water away from their north wall. We're also happy to give them the opportunity to do any waterproofing work they need to do on their north wall before or during the construction of the addition. As well, we offered that the south wall of the addition at their existing deck could be done with higher end materials to give them something more than just a blank wall next to their deck. We'd also suggest that the addition actually gives them more privacy to their deck. There were no windows overlooking, and there's no decks or anything overlooking into their property. Then the letter of concern that was submitted by their lawyer suggested a few other concerns that we just like to address, suggesting that it's out of character with the neighborhood. But again, I just suggest that the only variance we're looking for here is the depth variance or the building length, and that really their study was looking at the depth variances that had been approved over the years, and not at all of the other existing properties that are often as long, almost as long, or even longer than what we're suggesting. So I don't think it really told the whole story. Plus the density and the massing is not atypical. And we're proposing no change to the front of the house. The height of the house stays the same, the front stays the same. And so I'm not really sure where they're getting that it's out of character with the neighborhood. They're suggesting there's undue adverse impacts with excessive massing and shadowing and drainage issues. I think I've addressed the drainage. But the additions to the north, it extends just a little bit past their deck now. And so there's no overshadowing due to it being to the north. And it's further away from the other neighbor's property, who is also, we've also spoken to, and they don't really have a problem with the addition. The physical character is fairly consistent with the narrowing plans, and I've seen I'm out of time, but I think I've addressed all the issues here.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll have you, Mr. Clay has a quick question before I go to the opposition.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, so just looking at your the map, the location map, which you included, referencing other structures which look like they're similar depths. So
Yeah,
would you
that's
characterize?
It was on as correspondence, I believe.
Yeah, it was in your cover letter.
Cover letter, yes.
It looks from just a quick look that the lot depths, the overall lot depths are similar in the area. Would that be your view, or are some of those lots, it looks like the ones that are actually to the west might be a little bit deeper. But would the lot size be characteristic of the neighborhood?
Yeah, I would say the lot size varies quite a bit, but there are quite a few lots that are similar. The ones immediately adjacent, plus the ones behind on the next street over, just to the east. Those are about the same length. And then there's some that are shorter in length. You can see the ones to the north. There's some that are shorter in length, and some of those building lengths and depths are not quite as long, probably due to their being shorter lots. But as like, although it's varied, there are quite a number of similar types of lots. And if you look at the ones just to the east, right behind my client's property, they have existing buildings that are even longer on similar lots that are the same sort of depth and width as our proposal.
And that's a laneway in behind your client's property, is it?
That's right. There's a laneway back there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, if I could have the opposition, please.
Thanks. And just to clarify Mr. Clay's question, I believe the figure presented is building length. So the measurements if you go back to the map that the applicant had presented, the measurements indicate building length rather than building depth. And I do think that's an important distinguishment, because the variance that the applicant's seeking is to building depth and not building length, where the purpose of the building depth standard is to limit how far back on the lot the rear wall of the structure may be located. And that's the issue here, is that the proposal's rear building is located too far back on the lot in a way that's inconsistent with the other buildings of the area. And if you see the prevailing rear building lot line there, you can see that there is a consistent line, and that the proposal will protrude farther back than all of the other buildings. And that's primarily my client's concern, is that if you scroll up to our opposition letter, figure 3, you can see that the imposition of a new large 2-story addition, there'll be this big wall towering over the Glovers' back deck and rear yard gardens, which they currently enjoy for gardening, barbecuing, hosting events. And there'll be this 2-story addition that adversely impacts their enjoyment of that area. And their other issue is, as the applicant indicated, is an increase in the existing drainage and flooding issues. And that's primarily from the continuation of this very small existing setback, which is there's about 0.12 meters in between, or 0.29 meters in between the two properties. And continuing this existing setback for around 5.77 meters more of depth will only make these issues worse. And I understand that the applicant has said that they've taken measures to change the drainage so that it wouldn't impact the Glovers further, but we haven't really seen any substantive evidence on how that will come to fruition. And it's also notable that as severe weather events are becoming more frequent and the neighborhood has been experiencing more pooling and flooding during these large rain events, these types of issues will only get worse in the future, and the buildings should be designed in a way to mitigate these flooding issues and not exacerbate them. So even though they say that the most sustainable building is rebuilding one that already exists, we think it's important to mitigate any future flooding and drainage issues as these torrential downpours become more and more frequent. So the primary concern, it's not that it's bringing this building length to be more aligned with the other buildings in the area. It's that the building's going well beyond the other buildings in the area to the point where it's no longer consistent with the prevailing rear building line. both owners bought their properties in their existing condition and knew what they're moving into. And the fact that the other properties currently extend past the applicants is not justification to permit the applicant to extend about 3.8 meters past the Glover's existing building to the point where it'll be well past their rear deck and into their rear yard. So for these reasons, and as further detailed in our written submissions where we go over each of the 4 tests in more detail, it's our submission that the variances do not meet the 4-part test in the Planning Act and will result in significant adverse impacts on the Glovers and their property. And we'd be requesting the committee to refuse the application as it's not aligned with the consistent and prevailing rear building line in the area.
Mr. Clay has a question for you.
Thanks, Grace. So just a technical clarification. You have cited your client's address as 285, 287. The applicant is 287. Can you just explain what's going on?
Yeah, so the applicant is actually 287A High Park Avenue. I believe, I can't remember the year, but they were connected and then they received a consent for severance and the properties were separated. And that's why the existing setback is so small, because the properties were essentially the same. And
they're detached though, right? So
yeah, they are now detached, and yeah, so the extension would continue this 0.16 meter setback for the extra depth that the variance is seeking.
And your client's property is to the south?
To the south. So it's the one, if you go to our written submissions, figure 2A and 2B. So right there, you can see, yeah, our property is 285 technically, so directly to the south of the applicants. So it is a very small setback, as you can see.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Any further questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you.
Madam Chairman, I do.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I couldn't see you again.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, thanks. Okay, Carl.
Ms. O'Brien, I'm concerned or confused by 2 things. Your submission to the committee indicated that you had recommended, or you were recommending, a deferral because there hadn't been adequate consultation, and your neighbors, or your clients, I should say, were booked on a holiday when they received notice. But it sounds from your discussion and the applicant that there's been a fair bit of discussion back and forth. So and also the applicant has indicated some changes to at least the south elevation of their building. I'm wondering if you feel still that there hasn't been adequate consultation, because it sounds as though there's been a fair bit of discussion back and forth. My second point was clarification of a point that you just made. You said that the proposal extends well beyond the residence and deck of your clients, and yet if you look at the site plan, that's not what's shown. This drawing tends to indicate that the addition actually is just slightly further back than the deck on your property, on your client's property. So I could use clarification of that. And thirdly, there was a point made by the applicant that they've made improvements to the south elevation of their building. I was assuming that that was in consultation with your client, and when you're answering that, perhaps we could get the south elevation up, and is that something your client has agreed to? So 3 questions: the deferral one and lack of consultation, the actual relationship of the setback to what your client has, and whether the changes to the south elevation were in fact something that was negotiated with your client.
For sure. So thank you for your questions, and I'll address the second one first, which might have been the way I might have misspoke. The new building will extend past the existing deck not substantively past the existing deck, but it will extend past the deck. So the concern is that when my clients are sitting on their deck and in that kind of landscaping area of their front yard where they garden, rather than having the sky or vegetation, there will now be an imposing 2-story blank building. Does that clarify that point?
Yes, thank you.
Perfect. And so I'll address the next two questions together. So you're correct. There was some back and forth before my clients left on their vacation. And I think it was by way of email where my clients expressed their concern and said that the main issue is the proposals building extending past my client's building. The fact that, as we were just talking about, it goes past the deck, and that our clients wouldn't have an issue with an extension if it were aligned with their building. It's the fact that it goes past that is the real issue. But they weren't able to engage in further discussions on that before they left. And we actually weren't aware that the applicant was making a revision until they submitted it last week. And we have reviewed it. So it's 1.04 meter decrease in depth. And while we appreciate it, it's still small for our sake and doesn't change the impact that the Glovers will experience, since it still extends past their deck and into the yard.
And are you still in favor of a deferral? It sounds as though you basically agreed to disagree, and a deferral to me doesn't sound very promising. Are you still seeking a deferral?
Sorry, our primary request was always that the committee refuse the variances, but with the understanding that you may not choose to refuse the variances. And if there were a deferral, we would ask that the committee direct the applicant to engage in discussions that would result in significantly reducing the building depth, hopefully to the point where it's consistent with the Glovers building. And in our submission, that would be more consistent with the prevailing character of that immediate neighborhood, as you can see on those buildings on High Park Avenue.
And can you comment on drawing A3.3? I don't know if we can get it up on the screen. My understanding is that these changes were initiated, I gathered, in response to your client's concerns, and I'm wondering, it's the south elevation. Is that something that you have looked at, that you agree with?
I wasn't sure that those were in response to our client's discussions, but is it the removal of the windows and making the building side exterior more high-end material? Is that the changes you're referring to?
Yeah, it's on the screen right now.
Right.
They've changed the facing material to on the ground, and is that something you've discussed, and are you in agreement with that, or do you have any comment on that?
It wasn't necessarily discussed. I believe the applicant offered it to my clients in an attempt to say, we'll do this for you, which we do appreciate and do agree that we wouldn't want windows looking into the deck and rear backyard. So that's appreciated, but it didn't address our concerns. So we didn't take them up on their proposal.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, and did you have discussions about, I think the number is 18.63 that I saw in your letter, depth, with the neighbors?
We didn't have discussions with the exact numbers, because at that point my clients were on vacation, but we did say that we'd be willing to not speak at the committee hearing if the depth were to be reduced so that it's consistent with our building's rear line.
Okay, and so the depth reduction made, the amendment is still not acceptable to you then?
No, it still protrudes, I believe, 3.8 meters past the Glover's building, so it's still significantly past our building's rear line.
Okay. All right. Can I have the agent back, please?
Hi, I'm back. Can you hear me?
I can. Can you speak to only the issues raised, please?
Yes. First of all, I'd like to clarify that there were never any windows proposed on the south elevation. That wouldn't actually be permitted anyway due to fire exposure. So that was not ever proposed or changed. Second, I'd like to speak to the depth versus length issue. We did show building length as opposed to depth on our comparative study, and that was to compare apples to apples because the building lengths is something that we could look at through the neighborhood because the depths vary in different ways based on where the buildings sit on the property. And they are inconsistent. There's a certain amount of consistency in the immediate neighbors to the north, but the front yard setbacks vary quite a bit in the neighborhood, including the Glover's property to the south there. Their building sits forward of my client's building, and that actually increases the depth that we have to ask for because of the front yard setback averaging. So, if we look at depth, it's their building that's actually creating a situation where it's a longer depth. Then the drainage issue, I'd like to speak to, creating a small, like there is an existing small gap between the two buildings, that's true. If there's an existing drainage problem in the existing small gap, that's something that is difficult to treat from the exterior, that's for sure. But extending the building back actually takes away a lot of the drainage problems because then all of the roof water will be directed to my client's backyard and not up against the neighbor's wall. There's probably very little precipitation that gets in between the two buildings. So that's how this is actually going to improve the drainage condition quite a lot. There's still a lot of soft landscaping in the rear yard to handle any drainage concerns. And this is not a variance. We are not looking to reduce soft landscaping beyond what is considered minimum or normal. It is a large backyard still. And I just also wanted to say that my client did communicate to their neighbor that they were planning to reduce the length of the building. That was communicated. I don't think they got a response, maybe because of the timing, but that was communicated. And I think that's, and one other clarification was that the addition will extend 0.76 meters or 2.5 feet past the deck as it's currently proposed.
Thank you. Panel members, do you have any questions for the agent? All right, let's take it. Mr. Cheng. Aaron, are you there? Can't hear you. Are you muted?
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I don't know why that button is disappeared. Yeah, so I just want to confirm that you said you have tried to reduce the building depth with the neighbor, but they didn't respond. So what is exactly the number you're looking for?
No, we already did reduce the building depth from the initial proposal.
I see. So
we
what
reduced
you
it by
mean is-
1.04 meters.
So the number we're seeing now has already been reduced.
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so let's take it into committee. So variance number 2 was amended to 22.77 meters. Okay, any comments? Mr. Reed?
Thanks, Chair. I'll start. I think that this is too deep. I have concerns about the impacts of the depth in relation to the adjacent buildings, but also up and down that entire strip. I think the homeowners here are in a bit of a tight spot, I think, because they are recessed compared to other neighbors, and that to get the similar FSI, they're proposing to go deeper here. But I think the impact of a 2-story wall immediately in backyards is too much. I think the massing could be done in a different way to lessen that impact. So I can't support it.
Okay, anyone else? Mr. Nipfel?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm in agreement with Mr. Reed. I did a lot of soul searching about this one because in isolation, it's perhaps not an unreasonable addition, but in context, I think, as Peter indicated, it's quite intrusive and inconsistent with what else exists in the immediate neighborhood. So, as it presently stands, I'm unable to support the application either, which is not to suggest that by reconfiguring the actual mass, it couldn't be improved.
Okay. If there are no other comments, Mr. Clay?
Sure. I understand my colleagues' perspectives on this one. I have a slightly different view. I'm kind of convinced a little bit by the fact that the proposal is north of the property that is in opposition. Had this been reversed, where there might have been issues with respect to Southern Light, then I might have been convinced about the depth, but I'm not sure that there is that negative of an impact. I think that the applicant has done a lot already, has reduced the length, made offers to clad the addition to make it at least a little bit more attractive. The depth, yeah, does seem long, but looking at the lot fabric in this neighborhood, the lots are almost exclusively very deep. And I think there's no coverage variance. So my view would be that I think that in this neighborhood, lot fabric can accept this kind of application. So I'm not opposed to this one.
Okay, if there are no further comments, I'm going to need a motion. Mr. Reed?
Thanks, Chair. For the reasons I stated before, I move that the application be refused.
Okay, and Mr. Nipfel seconds. So all in favor of the refusal? Okay, and Mr. Clay dissents. So the application is refused. I'd like to take 5 minutes. We'll be back at 11:25. And then we will start with item 13.
Hi, sweetie. Thanks, man. Upstairs for a minute. Upstairs up a minute for Daddy.
Okay, panel members, we're ready to start up. Okay. So the next item before us is item number 13, 90 Ridge Drive. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans and elevations. We have 2 photographs of trees on the property as well as a tree inventory plan from Sprague and Company Architects, and also a comparable decisions chart. We have email correspondence from transportation and a staff report from permits and enforcement parking. I have written down they're asking for refusal of variance number 3. We have support from 7 people, form letters. And I believe I don't have any opposition speakers. So do we have the agent on the line?
Yes, this is Tom Sprague speaking.
Good morning, sir. Let me see if there's any questions for you. Mr.
Well, I would like to give a bit of a presentation if I could.
Sure, Mr. Nipfel has a question though, before you start.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My question basically is, I guess, of the Deputy Secretary Treasurer. It looks to me like the 2 transportation recommendations are contradict one another, and I'm wondering, am I reading that correctly? There's one that says there's no objection, and then there's another one that asks that the front yard parking be refused. So I don't understand why the same department would be giving us contrary recommendations. Maybe I'm reading them incorrectly.
If I could add to that, both are dated the same, like the report's dated June 20th, as is the email.
Through you, Madam Chair. The email came in earlier in the day, and the report came in later. So I would go with the report.
Which is the refusal, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. Sorry, Mr. Sprague.
Yes, I will.
Okay, we're going to start the clock then now, Mr. Sprague, so go ahead.
Fine. Okay, yeah. Yes, my name's Tom Sprague, Sprague and Company Architects, and our address is 156 Duncan Mill Road, if you require that. Would like to give a little background of this application, please. The owners have lived in their home now for 6 years, and they do require additional living space. And they've had extensive consultation with all the neighborhood. In fact, you've got the 7 letters there that have been filed, but there are many more that are supportive of the variances that you do see before you today. Of a particular importance of those letters are the 2 immediate neighbors. That's number 86 and number 94. That's up on the screen right there now. Both of those neighbors are supportive of the variances that you do see before you. I'd like to, first of all, if you could just pull up our supporting material that was submitted on June the 21st. If you could pull that up, I think that will be helpful to explain the variances. So it was submitted on, it was supporting material, not that one. It was on June 21st. It was a chart we had. No, it was posted on June 21st. There it is. That's the chart. I just wanted to focus on that because it does put into perspective other floor space index variances in the immediate area. And it's be seen, so what we're proposing is very much in keeping with the size and scale of other homes in the area. The percentage, the FSI percentage is a little higher because these property lengths are they're 90 feet deep, so that's the reason why some of these numbers are higher but certainly in keeping with other decisions in the area. Also, with respect to the front yard parking, there are cited other examples where front yard parking has been approved and by previous committees. So just referring to, I would like if you did pull up that first letter, because I'm not sure there are different departments within transportation, but if you could please pull up the first letter that was put in there from the the top one there. And basically, this has been what has always been the position of transportation, that we reviewed the proposed plan and we have no objection for proposed front yard parking on private property. So this is totally on private property, not on the boulevard. And if I could go back to the site plan, if I could, I just wanted to bring your attention to exactly, you have to focus in there, but you can see where the X is where we're proposing the parking space. And so, in fact, half of the parking space is behind the front wall of the house. The other half of the parking space is out in front, but it's totally on the property area. And and it's in essence where they park right now, you know. So it's probably no change to where they've been parking ever since they bought the house. So and it's quite consistent for other homes on the street as well. So what I just with respect to the condition, which might be from a different section of transportation, but the condition there is such that basically they're saying we have to rip up the driveway, replace it all with soft landscaping, and not be able to park the car at all on the property. And certainly, and they'd have to park out on the street. And of course, with things changing in electric cars and plug-ins and everything, this would be exceedingly problematic. So basically, we're requesting that that this condition not be made a condition of a decision. I think that if you look on the street, that what we're doing here is typical all the way down, and so the parking itself is not out of keeping with every home in the street if you drive down there. Many can't get in the back garden very easily, as is the case in this one. So we're kind of, it's what's there now is probably not going to be replicated. Having said that, with the concern, I've spoken with the owners, and one condition that could be put on, and the owners would be agreeable to it, would be to replacing the paving, which the paving is there already, the driveway, it's asphalt. But they would actually, as a condition, replace that with permeable pavers that would let more rainwater absorb. So that would certainly be a condition. But as far as the other condition of the transportation, we're not opposed. So just briefly in summary, I feel that the variances are reasonable, and importantly too, all the neighbors are very supportive.
Okay, thank you. And I do believe that you're correct. They're from two different sections in the transportation department. The emails from development planning and review for area 1, and then the report is from permits and enforcement, parking administration and transportation. Okay, panel members, do you have any questions for Mr. Sprague? All right, I'm not seeing any questions. Let's take it into committee then for a decision. Mr. Clay.
Thanks, Chair. I think the actual addition to the house seems quite reasonable, and I don't think anyone has any difficulty with that. I'm quite sympathetic to the applicant's position about parking. There is an existing drive there, and it looks like there's a staircase that would probably make it very difficult to park in the rear where the garage is now. And I suspect he's right. I think the prevailing pattern on this street and in this area is for people to park in the front or right to the side of the house. I think the fact that it's an existing driveway, makes sense in terms of continuing to park on there. The fact that it's completely on private property is also, I think, in their favor. And finally, I think the fact that they're proposing to exchange the pavers to make them permeable addresses any kind of concern we might have with landscaping or permeability. I think given the explanation by the agent, I think it's a supportable application. And notwithstanding transportation's recommendation, I think I would prefer the first one.
Okay. Mr. Nipfel?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I agree with Mr. Clay. I think what's proposed is consistent with what happens in the area. I think that if there is an addition at all and it's at the side and that location makes sense, there are limited opportunities for parking. The scenario that Mr. Sprague mentioned, which is to grass it over and then add to street yard parking, I don't think is desirable. So I'm in favor of the application, and I would not be inclined to add the transportation condition.
Mr. Reed?
Thanks, Chair. This issue's come up recently several times, I think, since the passing of this bylaw. And I agree with both Larry and Carl that this is just a logical solution. This works in this neighborhood. But I'd just like to let the applicant know that even if we do approve this, that transportation may not, right? They seem to think that there's a legal, there's clear legal policy that does not permit this. So I'm not sure what that pattern is, but I think before you start constructing your permeable driveway to really make sure you get some kind of final word from transportation.
Okay, I'll need a motion on this then. Mr. Clay?
Sure, Chair. For the reasons we talked about, I think I'll move approval of this application. The only condition being that the parking area be constructed of permeable pavers.
Okay, do I have a seconder, Mr. Nipfel? So motion to approve with that condition moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Mr. Nipfel. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Thank you. Item number 14, 693 Markham Street. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 2 photographs of trees on the property, as well as revised plans. We have staff report from Manager of Development Planning and Review from Transportation Services, and they're asking for a condition, and it's in our supplemental agenda and goes along with the revised plans. 3 form letters in support. Signed by owners of 695 and 697, which are adjacent, as well as 870 Bathurst Street. Only have the agent listed as a speaker. Do I have the agent on the line?
Good morning once again. Richard De Oliveira, representing the owners of 693 Markham Street.
Alrighty, welcome back. Any questions for Mr. De Oliveira? All right, sir. Mr. Reed, did you have a question?
Yeah, sorry, thanks. Just to the applicant, are you aware of the transportation report and are you okay with that?
We are. We've already made adjustments to the drawings dated June 26th that should be in your package.
Thank you.
Mr. Nipfel?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Could you clarify, are you thinking of this becoming a garden suite at some point? You have a future stair location, and I'm interested that you put it in there.
Yes, it is the intent. So the perimeter or outline of the proposed garage does fit within the laneway suite bylaw. However, the current use is for storage and garage purposes. So in future, we do look to convert this to a laneway suite, but that is not in the immediate plans.
And the height that you're not requesting, I'm just double checking. Yeah, okay, you're not requesting an extra height. It's just a single story.
Correct, but that will come in future.
In the future. Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? Okay, Mr. Oliveira, anything you want to add before we go into committee?
Just that we've got precedent in the area for all our variances, and we're within the parameters set out for the neighborhood and in the context of the neighborhood.
Okay, Carl, did you have another question or?
One other, we received in our supplemental agenda last evening a transportation condition. Have you seen it?
Yes, we have, and we've addressed that condition in our latest site plan dated June 26th. So we've adjusted our drawings and the placement of the garage to comply with the request by transportation.
Good, thanks very much.
Okay, we're in committee. Mr. Nipfel?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I frankly have no issues with this application. I think it's straightforward and actually quite modest. It would be interesting to see this as a subsequent laneway or garden suite. But as it stands, I don't see there being any negative implications to approval of this application. I guess it's subject to the transportation condition, even though the plans have been changed. So I guess we should
I believe, Carl, the plans are in the supplemental agenda, the revised plans.
Yeah, so I'm just, in our decision, we either need to refer to the plans or the condition. I'd be inclined to say the condition, and then the plans reflect that.
I think, Sabrina, the condition, we accept the transportation report and then the revised plans you have, right? So that's basically the way I think we should do it.
Yep.
Okay, so that motion then, moved by Mr. Nipfel. Do I have a seconder? Mr. Reid, all in favor? That carries unanimously. Okay, item number 15, 12, Humber Trail. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, an arborist report from Tree and Ravine, Inc., staff report from Tree Protection and Planning Review, Forestry. They're asking condition number 1 and 2. And we have an 8-signature petition in support, and that's in the supplemental agenda. Correspondence in opposition from 57 Rivercrest, someone with no address, and number 2, Humber Trail. I'm showing 2 speakers in opposition. Do we have them both? Okay, do we have the agent?
Good morning, Madam Chair. I'm the agent of this application. My name is Addison Milne Price. I'm a planner at Design Plan Services located at 900 The East Mall, Suite 300.
Okay, good morning. We'll start the clock now. You have 5 minutes, and then I'll go to the opposition speakers.
Thank you. This is an application to alter an existing 2-story detached dwelling by constructing a 3rd-story addition, along with 1-story additions on the front and rear. I'll explain these alterations in detail in relation to the proposed variances, but first I will note that we have consulted with planning staff on this application, and planning staff have not raised any objections or concerns with the proposed dwelling. Moreover, as noted, the property owners have consulted with the surrounding neighbors and provided a petition of support with several signatures. However, I have been notified that the owners of 15 Humber Trail and 50 Weatherall Street would like to be removed from this list of supporters, making the total number of supporters at 6. I'll also confirm that I've reviewed the report from Urban Forestry and have no issues with the proposed conditions. Now, regarding the proposed variance, Variance 1 pertains to the proposed height of the front and rear exterior main walls. The proposed dwelling would have a front and rear wall height of 8.65 meters, which represents a difference of 15 centimeters above what is permitted as of right. This difference would be practically imperceptible from what would be permitted without a variance, especially considering that the dwelling is compliant with the provision for overall building height, and a height of 3 stories is permitted in this area. Therefore, the proposed additional height of 15 centimeters for the front and rear walls will not have any impact further than what the bylaw already contemplates. Variance 2 pertains to the FSI. The maximum floor space index is 0.4, whereas the FSI of the proposed dwelling is 0.78. This FSI will be spread over 3 floors and represents a massing and density that is in keeping with the existing physical character along Humber Trail. There are several approved FSI variances along Humber Trail and within the overall neighborhood that have similar or greater FSIs, which I can go over, but for the sake of time right now, I will move on. Variance 3 pertains to the front yard setback. The minimum required front yard setback is 5.75 meters, whereas the proposed dwelling has a front yard setback of 3.69 meters. This variance in particular has been triggered by an enclosure of the existing front porch. The proposed front yard setback is going to be measured from the front lot line to the wall of this existing front porch. As such, this variance represents a very minimal change in terms of the overall massing on the lot. I'll also note that front porch enclosures are common in this neighborhood. There are several examples of existing front porches that are enclosed nearby, such as 19, 24, or 42 Humber Trail. As such, this particular front yard setback will not have any impact on the adjacent properties further than what already exists on the property today. Now, variance 4 pertains to the side yard setback of the dwelling, and variance 5 pertains to the side yard setback of the rear deck. Since both of these variances essentially pertain to the proposed north yard setback, I'll discuss them together. The proposed north yard setbacks are 0.52 meters for the third story and 0.77 meters for the rear addition and rear deck. If staff would kindly bring up the site plan onto screen, I will show the extent of the proposed additions. On the site plan, the dotted lines indicate the extent of the proposed third story. You'll notice that the proposed third story has been set back for the front, rear, and portions of the side of the building. You can confirm this by looking at the third story floor plans. Overall, in terms of the side yard setback, the proposed third story would sit in line with the existing sidewalls and would not extend past these established walls. You'll note that the proposed side yard setbacks of 0.52 match the existing side yard setbacks shown on the survey. The rear addition, as well as the front, has been set back approximately 20 centimeters further from the existing setback instead of keeping it flush with the existing wall in an effort to limit any impact the new addition would have on the adjacent neighbors. Lastly, variance 6 pertains to the setback of the roof eaves to the north lot line. As I explained in relation to the side yard setbacks, the proposed third story will match the side yard setbacks of the existing dwelling. As such, these roof eaves will be in substantially the same location and be in the same distance from the neighboring lot line as the existing roof eaves. Based on this justification, I'm of the opinion that this proposal meets the 4 tests as prescribed in the Planning Act and represents good planning. This concludes my presentation, although I'm happy to answer any questions from the committee members.
Thank you. I think we'll go to the opposition and then we'll come back to you for a response and questions. Okay, do you have the first speaker?
Hello?
Hi, is this Brett?
Yes, can you hear me?
I can. So if you could state your name and address for the record, and then you have 5 minutes.
Okay, my name is Brett Grantham. Can you bring up I'm here with my wife Sylvia. We live adjacent to this property to the north of it. And in reviewing the public hearing notice, we are troubled by a discrepancy. This discrepancy was just what was listed there. The plan shows a non-conforming setback to the zoning bylaw, but it's not actually listed. If you go through points 1 through 6, you'll notice that on page 2 of the notice, it doesn't mention the rear yard addition, this mudroom or whatever. It's not actually listed as one of these. So we tried to speak with them directly about this, and they've not made themselves available once. So we've had no communication from them, which has been difficult because we are unsure of really what we're looking at here and whether or not this is actually proposed or not. Can the committee clarify whether the applicant requires a variance to build a 1-story addition in the rear yard where the addition would encroach on the minimum side yard setback, the 1.2 meters?
Well, we can't comment on whether or not a variance should be there because the zoning review would have had to capture that. Like we're the decision makers on the variances that are put before us. Having said that, like once you bring all your concerns forward, I can ask the applicant to speak to that when he when he comes back.
Fair.
Madam Chairman,
Can you clarify whether the proposed?
But if you can clarify, like, I don't know, can you guys put the site plan up?
Is-
Like, I'm not sure, where's this mudroom that you're talking
Is there an
about?
addition that we don't know about that isn't on the site plan? I'm trying to understand the comment.
It's not listed in the requests for variances 1 through 6. It is listed on the site plan, and it appears to require a variance because it is within 1.2 meters of the side yard setback. It's listed as, yeah, you're going right in on it there. Proposed 1-story
Stone.
and that one's different. Okay,
Proposed 1-story, hard to read.
I can't read it.
So can you zoom in on that? Yeah, keep going, keep zooming in more.
It says it's a porch. It says it's a proposed porch.
No, it's a siding Duraboard addition.
It's got a closet listed in it. It's not a porch.
It's the middle one, Carl, not the one with the slashed lines on it there, with the arrow pointing to it.
Okay.
So that rear addition appears to be not in compliance with the minimum 1.2 setback.
But they haven't asked for a variance for it. And it's actually, that measurement is not presented on these plans. Like, there is no explicit measurement that says that this wall that's being built here, which does not exist now, is this distance away from our lot line.
On the floor plan, Carl, it's listed as a rear covered porch, and then it says mudroom. So I'm not sure, Sabrina, I don't know if you can weigh in on this at all.
We're just wondering how they, could submit a plan that shows something, but then not apply for.
Well, I'm
the
just getting staff here to comment on this.
Yeah, thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair, the application went through a zoning review. So it would have been up to the zoning examiner to capture if another variance was required or is required, and perhaps the applicant can speak to that.
Is there anything else, Brett, that you wanted to raise? Because we will have the applicant speak to this, because if it did go through a zoning review, then for whatever reason.
There's quite a few things. We haven't had any, sorry. I'm sorry, I'm cognizant of our 5-minute timeline. I'm rushing it here, but
sorry, did you want to finish your sentence, or? Madam Chair.
Oh, no, I lost my train of thought. Go ahead.
Okay, so the other piece that I would like to just point out is that we have confirmation that another neighbor has pulled out their signature from the petition they had submitted. So there's 3 neighbors who've now pulled out of their support. And it was troubling to us because we had indicated to them just on a friendly basis, like, we'd like to discuss this with you so that we could get clarity. And they made no effort to speak to us. My husband had, through a WhatsApp, messaged them. I approached her on the street at one point, but she looked busy. I didn't want to. And then they advised us that their child was sick. So we just felt that this was not an appropriate time to be trying to canvass or trying to have our concerns heard, because their child was sick. And then it was a shock to wake up yesterday morning to see that they spoke to other neighbors on the street, but not us, and we live adjacent to them. We're right next door, and we've submitted pictures that you can see that this will significantly impact our outdoor space, which is very limited, and our window, our only south-facing window in the kitchen that is not obstructed completely by their existing structure. And so it's troubling to us that they took the time to speak to the other neighbors, but not us. And some of the other neighbors have indicated to us that they told them that there were pieces in the plan that they are going to abandon based on the concerns that were raised, but that's not being proposed before you right now. So if this plan is approved as it is, then these neighbors who signed this petition were under the impression that there'll be changes. But if it's approved, they can do what they'd like, and it doesn't matter what they've told the other neighbors.
Okay, understood. Okay, is there anything else that you want to raise specific to
Well,
the
if the
variance?
variance
Everything,
is-
like the agent will come back after the
Yeah.
other person speaks, but
If the variance is required for this rear addition, and we believe it is, because if you look at the plans, it is consistent with the front yard in terms of where the brick wall will go. So if the variance is required, it's not in the application, and we have not had adequate, it's not procedurally fair to continue, because we are unclear as to whether this variance is required, and if it is, then we would like to be able to properly prepare for this.
And it hasn't been applied for in the requested variances 1 through 6.
no, understood. Okay, so I'm going to go to the other neighbor that objects, and then we'll ask the agent to clarify all these issues you've raised, okay? All right.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can. Who's speaking? And I also need your address, please.
Hi, it's Wayne Cunningham. I'm acting on behalf as agent for my father-in-law, Eddie Betancourt, who resides at 59 Rivercrest. And this abuts directly to the west of 12 Humber Trail.
Okay, I'm sorry. I need you to back up a second because I don't have you listed on my sheet here. So, sorry. Can you start again? Your name is?
Wayne Cunningham.
Okay, and you are representing which address again?
59 Rivercrest.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you. So the property on 59 Rivercrest abuts directly to the west of 12 Humber Trail. This is a neighborhood that is almost exclusively two-story homes. And I appreciate the agent's position that it's a small variation to the north, it's a small variation to the east, and it's a small variation in height. But at the end of the day, what that is a variation to the length, the depth, and the height. It's a variation to every dimension. And what we see is that this is a significant variation to the floor space that's permissible under the Act. And what they're essentially asking to do is build a large wall directly across from 59 Rivercrest. These are small lots. Each lot, as currently constructed, has about 25 feet to 30 feet from the back wall to the lot line. So we're dealing with somewhere between 40 and 50 feet where they're proposing to increase the height and increase the girth of this building that is basically the only view to the east of 59 Rivercrest. This is going to block the morning sun, which is the primary sun that comes on to not only the garden that is maintained, but a small green room that is maintained by the family on 59 Rivercrest. That is a significant change. It's going to limit the green space in the entire neighborhood and fundamentally change. And the way these work, as I understand it, and I'll concede I've not done these before, is this committee may approve one, and then the other committee will say they approved one, so let's approve the next one. And what's going to happen is a thriving neighborhood of families who, many of whom use their back spaces to have gardens and to have vegetables, are going to find themselves in shadow. And what is the customary use of the backyards for these neighborhoods is going to be destroyed. And that cannot be consistent with the purpose of the Planning Act. Respectfully, you can't say 3 minor variations leads to doubling the girth, and so the whole thing's minor because the 3 lead us is minor. And you can't say this doesn't have a significant impact, where you're taking the southern light from the neighbors to the north, you're taking the eastern light from the neighbors to the south, and quite frankly, what's not been raised here is it's my understanding that the neighbor to the south, that building has just been sold. So they're going to move into a house they just bought, and all of a sudden they're going to have this huge structure beside them that's going to block their light. And I'm very concerned about this proposed support. Because if they've canvassed the neighborhood and got some signatures, this committee should have very serious concerns about what was said to those neighbors, because we have neighbors now coming and say, whoa, 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 I didn't understand what I was signing. I wasn't shown the plans. I'm going to retract mine. We don't know what those other 6 people know. What you know is you have evidence that people felt misled by what they were told when they signed and they're retracting. I would say that's evidence that you have to put suspect on what the other 6 people were told. So what you have here is a renovation that is not consistent with the neighborhood at all. It's going to directly impact and is strongly opposed by the 2 neighbors who directly abut it, who are currently in ownership. The 3rd neighbor we don't know because that's just been sold. And respectfully, this can't go ahead because it's simply not consistent. And when all of the minor variations are put together, it is a major variation. And that is not the role of this committee, to allow major renovations that could drastically change the way this neighborhood functions and the way the people in this neighborhood use and utilize their properties and their green space, which is one of the best and fundamental things about all Toronto neighborhoods, and one of the reasons we are consistently viewed as a desirable place to live. So subject to any questions anyone on the committee has, that's what we have to say.
Thank you. Any questions, panel members? Larry, if you have a question, I can't see you. Just go ahead. Okay, we don't have any questions, sir. So if I could have the agent back on the line, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I may begin just to respond to those concerns.
Yeah, go ahead. The clock started. Go ahead.
Thank you. So just to briefly begin regarding the petition of support, I did mention that the amount of total supporters is 6 at the beginning of my presentation. I'm not certain of the reason why these original supporters would indicated that they would like to be listed on the petition, as I was not privy to these conversations. However, I always recommend to my clients that they canvass the neighborhood and that they discuss the application with their neighbors, as well as including their plans. You'll note that on this petition, I have not only indicated that the plans have been reviewed upon signature being received, but I've also included my personal contact information if there are any questions about what is on the plan or about what the variances are specifically proposing. Now, regarding the concern about a variance being missed, as noted by Madam Chair, the proposed variances were identified through a zoning review, and if the committee sees fit to approve this application, we will only be seeking the variances that are required as per the Toronto Zoning and Building Department. That being said, I would be happy with a condition to tie approval of these variances to the site plan that was submitted to committee, just to ensure that what we are proposing on the site plan is the only thing that is approved. With regard to the measurement not being listed on the plans, if the staff could pull up the site plan, I'll just note that 0.77 meters is clearly indicated as a setback to the porch, and this porch is exactly in line with the side yard setback of the rear one-story addition. It is technically considered an addition under the bylaw, although as you can tell based on the windows that are all sides of this addition, it is very similar to an enclosed rear porch. To address the other concerns from Mr. Cunningham, I'll note that there are no variances required for length and depth. Furthermore, I believe this FSI that we're proposing is consistent with the neighborhood. I'll note that 19 Humber Trail was approved with an FSI of 0.7. 24 Humber Trail was approved with an FSI of 0.74. 69 Humber Trail was approved with an FSI of 0.88. And 87 Rivercrest Road, the road to the west, upon which Mr. Cunningham's house is located, was approved with an FSI of 0.88. With regard to any shadowing concerns that would be caused on the property to the north, I'll just note that the rear wall is not going to extend past 10 Humber Trail, as you can see depicted on the site plan. I'll note that the girth of the dwelling is not increased, and the rear addition is 1 story. And based on that, I do not believe that this addition would cause any shadowing concerns beyond what already exists on the property or what is contemplated by the bylaw. I believe that addresses all of the concerns, although if the committee members have any specific questions, I'm happy to answer those.
Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. Price, can you tell me what you mean on the site plan when you have a note in front of the garage that says new driveway, grass pavers? What are grass pavers?
So that just relates to the material of the driveway. The driveway is not counted as soft landscaping. However, the driveway surface will be repaved.
But doesn't answer the question. What are grass pavers? When this is all said and done, what is going down on the driveway? It sounds as though you're paving with grass, which is an interesting thing, but what are grass pavers?
Thank you for the question. I don't 100% know the technicalities and the materials that grass pavers refer to. What I can say is that this will not represent soft landscaping and will be essentially asphalt.
Well, then that's quite different than what you've got on the site plan, because asphalt is not pavers of any kind.
The point is taken. It's a well-raised point. I'll just note that there is no variance for rear yard soft landscaping. Even if you include this new driveway and the paving, this rear yard is compliant with the amount of soft landscaping that's required.
Okay, any other questions? Mr. Clay.
Thanks, Chair. The rear, what you're calling the rear covered porch / mudroom. So it presents from the outside as a 1-story rear addition, but you're calling it a porch mudroom. So is that, from your perspective, is that living space, or is that, I mean, are there going, it looks, I'm just looking at the entrance, looks like there's a door off the kitchen, and is that a door or a window off the existing dining room? I'm just trying to get a sense of what the use of that area is proposed to be.
Thank you for the question. Through you, Madam Chair. This space is absolutely considered living space as per the bylaw. It contributes to the FSI, and while there are several windows along the property, I only referred to it as a porch or covered porch, just to clarify that it is an addition, although it was referred to as a porch by, I believe, the area residents.
Well, it's even on your site plan, it's called a porch.
Based on the review from the zoning examiner, it is considered living space.
Right. Okay. So it will be used actively. I guess I'm just trying to get a sense of, the impact of that space on the adjacent neighbor. Thank you.
So that floor space was calculated in the FSI for that mudroom?
Yes, Madam Chair, that mudroom slash rear addition was included in the calculation of FSI proposed.
Okay, and just to be clear, also, you did not require a length or depth variance for that part.
That is correct. The proposed length and depth are indicated on the site plan. And I'll note that it is not past the requirement of 17 meters or 19 meters respectively.
Okay, any other questions, panel members? All right, let's take it into committee then for a decision. Mr. Reed.
Thanks, Chair. I'll start with some comments. I understand there's significant opposition in the neighborhood, but looking at the variances themselves and looking at the massing of the building as proposed, I think it's a completely reasonable application. I think it steps down at the front and at the rear, and the variances related to the height and the impacts that would come from that are 15 centimeters. So I think that the incremental effect of that 15 centimeters over what's permitted is going to have very minimal impact on the neighbors. And a significant number of the variances regarding setbacks are currently existing situations. So I think it's reasonable and I'll support it.
Mr. Clay?
I would agree with Peter. I understand the opposition's concerns, but if you look at the actual variances that are before us, they, as Peter points out, are really quite modest. I too thought the overall design is actually quite, I thought, handsome, and I think it fits quite well with the architectural character of the neighborhood. And the roof line is sloped on all four sides, so it does minimize the overlook and the shadowing concerns. And, you know, there isn't a length or depth variance. There's no overall height variance. You know, I think this is a reasonable application, and I too, I can support it.
All right, Mr. Cheng.
I agree with both. I think the applicant has been very carefully studying the zoning bylaws and craft this shape of the building. I understand that perhaps other houses in the area haven't been fully built out with the allowed variance, and that's why it looks a bit bigger. But just look at the numbers. I think this neighborhood was aimed to have 8.5, that you can have 3 stories already. So they're asking for another 0.15, that makes sense. The FSI is less than 1, even with this increase of height. There's no depth and other issues. So I think it's, you know, like it or not, this is very carefully done, and I think it's supportable.
Okay, can I have a motion then? Mr. Reed.
Thanks, Chair. I'm happy to bring a motion for approval based on the reasons that I addressed earlier, subject to urban forestry condition 1 and 2.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Mr. Nipfel?
Could I offer a friendly amendment, Peter? Would you consider tying it to the elevation drawings? The points that have been made, I agree with, but it seems to me that one of the strengths of the proposal is that the rear room that the applicant was unable to actually speak to is very much like a sunroom, and the fact that it's all glass and open, I think, substantially reduces the visual impact. And so I think there might be some merit in tying the approval to the elevation drawing so that you retain that.
Good point. Yeah, and I completely agree. So I'll add that in. Thanks, Carl.
Peter, you know that extra section of, quote, grass pavers? Could we have that done as permeable pavers rather than, because there's a walkway and the extension of the driveway rather than asphalt?
Yeah, and you know, I think that probably was the intention by the designer, I think, saying grass pavers, but yeah, let's put that in as a condition for permeable pavers for everything.
In the rear, right?
In the rear, yeah,
Okay.
beyond the asphalt.
Okay, so with those 2 conditions and for...
And there's, excuse me, there's a forestry 1 and 2, I believe.
Yeah, we got those.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah, Peter got those. So with those four conditions then, the motion is moved by Mr. Reid and seconded by Mr. Nipfel. All in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Okay, item number 16, 329 Woodmount Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 2 photographs of trees on the property, covering letter from the agent, as well as neighborhood precedent diagrams, tree inventory plan from Woodmount Home. We have email correspondence from engineering regarding curb extension, and forestry wants condition number 1, support from 327, which is adjacent. And I have the agent listed, and I have somebody listed who I'm not sure if they're in opposition. Are they, do you have them all? Oh, okay, yep. And what about the third? Okay, oh yeah, you did tell me, sorry. Okay, so do we have the agent on the line?
Yes, hello.
Hi.
I'm Jason Fung, the architect and agent on the file.
Okay, and you're speaking on behalf of the owners, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you're aware of the transportation comments and forestry, number 1?
Yes, yes.
Okay, panel members, any questions for Mr. Fung? Okay, sir, we don't have any questions. We're ready to take it into committee. Is there anything you would like to add before we make a decision on this?
I mean, only that this is, the owners want to make this their forever home, and we feel it's rather minor, the variances.
Mr. Nipfel, did you have a question?
I did. I'm sorry I didn't get it earlier. Could you, on the, I think it's the second floor, you have a side terrace. It's quite substantial. Could you speak to what screening there is between that terrace and the property line?
Oh, yes. So, I mean, the second floor terrace is meant to pierce light down into the main floor.
Yeah.
The side screening, it will be a metal, like, yeah, there is going to be a metal rail for safety provisions, but it would be open. It's basically an open, there is some wood cladding as slats on that side wall, but beyond that, it's an open terrace.
Has there been any concern expressed, and have you discussed it with the adjacent neighbor? Because it's directly towards the property line. And I can't tell from the drawing of the next door neighbor's house if it faces a window area. Part of it you can see into the rear yard, but and normally we put screening on, but that to put a really high wood screen along there destroys what you're trying to do. So I'm looking at some alternative that provides a bit of screening without sort of countermining what you're trying to do with bringing light into the building.
Yeah, so I mean, 327 is the a letter of support that we have. It's been discussed with that neighbor. And my mistake, there's wood screening already there that's been designed to mitigate that that sidewall. But yeah, 327 isn't in support.
Where is the screen? I'm not clear then. Could we go to where am I? I'm on, or I was on.
Yeah, if we look at A302,
that's
the floor plan there, yeah.
Yeah, where is the screening and how high is it?
It is like where is it in relevance to the
Yeah, it's along the edge, right?
Yeah, it's along the edge.
with the outside wall.
That's correct. Oh, how high is it? That would be in the elevation drawing. In terms of like, it's about 9 feet high in terms of a wood screen on the side. On the second, right there. Oh, nope, you had it there on A501. And you zoom into that right there, into the middle of the building.
Okay, so that screen actually all but blocks one level of it, and then there's so if we wanted to secure the screening, the best way might be to call up your elevation drawings, right?
Yeah, that'd be correct.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, let's take it into committee then. Mr. Clay.
Sure, Chair, I'll take this one. I thought this was a reasonable application. Looking along the street, this street appears to be one that's in transition. There seems to be quite a number of new builds and additions and renovations happening on this street. So I don't think that the proposal as before us represents any negative impact on the street. And as the agent just discussed, I don't think there really is a negative impact of that that terrace on the side, given that it's going to be screened partially with wood slats. So I think it's a supportable application. I'd like to move approval subject to forestry condition number 1. And Carl, I think we want to tie it to the elevations is so that screening treatment is locked down.
Yeah, I instead of just saying tying the approval to the elevations, I'd be specific and say that the screening of the side terrace is to be as shown on the elevation drawings. But yeah, that's what I would recommend.
Okay.
Do we have to add the transportation comment because it's got a condition for all portions of the existing access driveways that are no longer required have to be closed and restored? It's kind of the second part of the email. Sabrina, yes? Okay, so with those two conditions then, as well as forestry number 1, sorry, who's moving this motion? Is it Larry? And then who's the seconder? Carl? Okay, all in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Item number 17. 217 Chaplin Crescent. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a covering letter from the agent, as well as email correspondence. We have tree protection plan with photos from Hyphen Studio, presentation materials in our supplemental from the agent. We have email correspondence from transportation. They have no concerns. Forestry is asking for condition number 2. Ravine and natural feature protection don't have any conditions. And correspondence in opposition from 239, 241 Forest Hill Road. And I'm showing 2 speakers in addition to the agent. Okay, do we have the agent on the line?
Hi, yes. Hi, everyone. My name is Noshin Mozaffari from Hyphen Studio, representing my client's owner of 217 Chaplin.
Okay, you have 5 minutes starting now, and then we'll go to the opposition, okay?
Yeah, sure. Before I start my presentation, I'd like to make some improvements on a couple of the variances.
Okay, so we'll stop the clock for a minute then. So what are you doing? You're amending variances?
Yes, variance number 3. We are improving the soft landscaping area to 68%.
68%, and what's that in square meters?
I don't have the number.
Okay, well, I need the number.
I'll calculate it right away.
Okay.
And just give me a moment.
Yeah.
That would be 21.3 square meter.
21.3?
Yes.
Okay, any other variances you're changing?
And variance number 8.
Okay, variance number 8, yeah.
We are reducing the area of the balcony to 20 square meter.
20 meters square, okay. Anything else?
That's all.
Okay, have you communicated these changes to the neighbors?
No, these are very minor changes that I can explain on my presentation.
Okay, go ahead.
If I want to give you a brief presentation, variance number 1 is for the width of the stairs, which is slightly more than 2 meters. Number two is in regards to the architectural feature, which is a double facade shell that is wrapping around the building at the front and rear. And while the building is complying with the length and setback, except the garage portion, these features encroaches into the front and rear setbacks by 1.79 meter at the front and 1.48 meter at the rear. Variance number three in regards to the soft landscaping is improved to 68%. If you go to the first page of my presentation material, I have shown there how we are increasing the soft landscaping. While the staff are opening the presentation material. Yes, this one. On the right top corner, we are showing the increased area of the soft landscaping to be 68%. And for the height, if you go to the next page, the third page, the proposed height is 0.5 meter higher than allowed, and that's for the middle portion of the house, which has 2 meter step back at the front and 7 meter step back at the rear. Also, shadow study is provided to show how this increased height might affect the sunlight and shadows. Variance number 5 is in regard to the GFA. The actual GFA for the living space is 88%, and this 95% includes a portion of the excessive area of the garage and also the landing area of the basement. And that's why this number was changed between the two public notices. And if you go to the first page again, I have provided some similar cases in the neighborhood with similar or even higher proposed FSI. For variance number 6, 7, and 8, all three are in regards to the platforms. We are proposing 2 platforms on at rear and front, and all of these platforms are stepped back and inset or covered platforms with that design building shell. And the large one on the 3rd floor is also surrounded with the wall on the east and privacy screen created by that building shell on the west. And by reducing its area, we are proposing a 6-foot planter at the south side of the platform to make sure that the privacy and overlooking concerns are satisfied. Variance number 9 for the side setback is only related to the garage portion and 1 story. The rest of the building, as shown on the 2nd page of the supporting material, if you can go to the side elevation, the 3rd page, the rest of the house has the required or even more side setback. Only the red portion, which is located at the front, and 1 story for the garage portion is not complying. Number 10 is for the deck encroachment, and number 11 is for the level of the garage, which is lower than where the driveway intersects the front lot line. And the
Okay,
reason for
can you wrap up, please? You're over 5 minutes.
yes, I think I have covered everything. I just want to mention that the planning is has no concerns about this application, and this is a additional renovation house for my clients who are engineers and artists themselves, and they have designed this
Okay,
building
thank
shaped
you.
by
I'm going to have you back. I'm going to go to the opposition now, okay?
Sure.
Thank you.
Mark and Jennifer, you've been unmuted.
Hi, Mark? Jennifer?
Mark and Jennifer, can you hear us?
Okay, Mark and Jennifer, I'm going to go to the next speaker. We'll come back to you after. Susan?
Susan, you've been unmuted.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, is this Susan?
It is, thank you.
Susan, can you please identify yourself, name and address for the record, and then we'll start the clock. You have 5 minutes, okay?
Okay, thank you. So my name is Susan Rowland, and I live at 215 Chaplin Crescent, which is next door to 217 Chaplin Crescent on the east side. There's a number of variances that I'd like to object to. And interesting, I find it interesting that there's a number of support letters that seem to be obtained. However, I live exactly next door, and I've never been contacted by the owners. So my first objection is to number 3, decreasing the amount of front yard landscape. I'm happy to hear that it's been revised to 68. I was quite concerned from going from 75 to 54. We have a lot of drainage problems in our area. The street is in a low-lying area and it's prone to flooding. So soft landscaping and trees are critical to minimizing these adverse effects of flooding. So 68 is better. I'd still like to see it at 75. The requested floor space is 50% more than the maximum size. So I'd like to understand the rationale for that and why the new homeowners are unable to work within the building guidelines. As you can see by the design, it's going to greatly affect our house in terms of the shadowing and light. On items number 7 and 8, adding a second platform balcony. I know 1 is the limit and then they were requesting 2. This affects our privacy quite a lot. The proposed variance for the 3rd story balcony is approximately 4 times the maximum permitted area, which is significant. I do realize they've just decreased it. This is new news. It's still significant in size. Our backyard is highly used. It features a pool. And lots of activity in the summers. So having a 3rd story balcony of this magnitude would greatly evade our privacy. The biggest one I really like to object to is altering the setback on the east side from 0.9 meters to 0.5 meters. I know there's many houses that come close, but most of them don't. None of them, when I checked along the street, actually have side door access where the 2 houses intersect. This is important access for us. It's highly used by my family as well as the city. It's where our mail comes, it's where our recycling is stored, all of those things. It's important that we retain the required setback for safety reasons, especially in winter when we need enough area to remove the snow so that both family members and city can access it. We also have many windows on this side of the house, and I'm concerned about shadowing as retaining light is very important. I think the last thing I draw reference to is the shell covering. Interestingly, these were never, designs have never been provided. I did see it skip through when the first woman was speaking. I'd like to see those in greater detail. Aesthetically, they don't align with the rest of the street, where many of the homes retain original designs from the 1930s. And even the ones that have been updated are all within the same design elements. So respectfully, I'd appreciate if the committee refused these variances and allow the owner to go back and revisit some of these items.
Okay, thank you, Susan. Just to clarify, we don't have any letters in support on file. It may have been, maybe because the last item, maybe you heard it there, but
okay. Well, I saw scrolling through, I thought it said, someone said they had support, but I've never been contacted, and most of the people I've talked to seem to object.
Yeah, I'm not showing anything in my package here, either the late stuff or our original package. So I just wanted to throw that out there for you.
Okay.
Okay.
So I think it would be helpful if like designs were shared as well. With
no, I agree. All the committee members are always encouraging all applicants, or even your neighbors themselves to talk to the neighbors before they come to committee. So, but let me see if the members have any questions for you. Anybody have any questions for the speaker? No? Okay, thank you very much, Susan.
Thank you.
Do you have the next, were you able to get Mark and Jennifer?
Mark and Jennifer, you've been unmuted. Can you please try to speak?
Mark and Jennifer, if you can hear me, we've unmuted you from this end. Can you check if you're muted on your end?
We've tried to unmute.
Okay.
Oh, there we go.
I can hear you now.
Okay, here we go.
All right, we're good. If I can just have you, are you both speaking?
Well, we are speaking because
No, that's
we
fine.
represent also.
I just want to know if you're both speaking, because you have 5 minutes to share between you. And also, if you have your TV going in the background or your computer, it's kind of echoing a bit. If you can.
No, we were trying to use our landline. We couldn't, and then we had to switch to mobile, and we finally got through to you. So that's probably what you're hearing.
Okay.
Are you still hearing an echo?
It's good now. It's much
Are you still
better.
hearing an echo?
No,
okay.
It's much better now. So if you can just give us your address for the record, and then we'll start the clock. You have 5 minutes.
So, well, one thing I would like to request is slightly more than 5 minutes, because we have a presentation that we jointly prepared with our neighbor. Our neighbor at 241 Forest Hill, and he's a different person from us. We jointly prepared this. It takes us 5 minutes and 48 seconds for a prepared statement. If you could allow this to happen, please.
Okay, I will. If it's 45 seconds more, then I can do that. But if it's going to go way beyond that, then we're really stuck.
No, it's not going to go way beyond that.
Okay,
I understand that. I appreciate what you're saying. I do. Okay, so our names are Mark and Jennifer Liederman. We're at 239 Forest Hill Road. And we have also been given authority by our neighbor next door, Emo von Schroeder, at 241 Forest Hill Road. And I'd just like to read this statement very quickly, if I can, please.
Okay, yeah, go.
So we represent, we represent two households who live directly and diagonally across from the rear of the subject property. We are adversely affected specifically by the effects of certain features at the rear of this proposed construction, and generally by its overall proposed size and height. The 11 variances are excessive and together create an overly large building that is not only out of character with the immediate neighborhood, but also creates adverse impacts on the use and enjoyment of our and other properties, and creates diminution of our privacy and diminution of our enjoyment of the K Gardner Beltline. Based on the 4 mandatory tests, the application should fail. We will quickly cover the test, but first, there are specific variances relating to the rear of the property which we especially oppose. These are variance 7, 2 rear balconies at or above the 2nd story of the new dwelling. The maximum permitted is 1 balcony. Variance 8, the rear 3rd floor balcony to have an area of just changed 20 square meters. The permitted area is only 4 square meters. Variance 10, which would allow the rear ground floor deck to encroach 1.04 meters into the required rear yard setback, which should be 2.5 meters. The deck will not follow the requirement that it be 2.18 meters to the side lot line. Instead, it will be located 1.25 meters from the west side lot line. We oppose all the remaining 8 variances, especially the requested FSI of 0.95. Chaplin Estates is a changing neighborhood, and we appreciate redevelopment of properties, especially to fulfill family needs, as we were in this position ourselves many years ago, having a household that includes persons with disabilities. The immediate neighborhood of the proposed large building is a pretty well-established one, where we believe the FSI is on average anywhere from 0.39 to 0.78. We are aware that there have been some recent decisions that allowed for buildings of up to 1.0 FSI and slightly in excess of this, but these tend to be closer to Eglinton Avenue West, where building intensification is more appropriate. In 2017, on a variance application for 311 Chaplin, the T-Lab reduced the applied for FSI of 1.22 to 1.0, and it specifically did not allow several variances, most importantly, a variance for one rear balcony on the second story with an area of 23 square meters. The application proposes 2 rear balconies with a third floor balcony being now, recently changed, 20 square meters. These balcony variances should not be allowed. Regarding the 4 test, first, minor variance. In combination, the variance sought do not constitute a minor variance. They create a major adverse impact on the use and enjoyment of neighboring properties, and in case of both represented households, they will also negatively impact our privacy. Our family includes 2 disabled individuals who use and enjoy our backyard extensively from May to October with the use of a specially built therapeutic pool. Given the number, size, and height of the proposed rear balconies, particularly in early summer and late fall, where there's no little foliage, and throughout 6 months of winter, the applicants will have a direct view of the upper deck and kitchen at 241 Forest Hill Road and a diagonal view of our main floor deck, lower deck, and our kitchen/family room at 239 Forest Hill Road. Having a large high dwelling and large balconies that allow people ease of viewing not only takes away from privacy, much needed by disabled people in particular, but also potentially robs them of psychological peace and dignity. 2, appropriateness for development of the land. Variances 7, 8, and 10, and those variances in excess of rear yard and side lot line setbacks, front yard soft landscaping requirements, and the FSI requested are not appropriate for the development of the land, since they allow for building that does not fit into the character and nature of the immediate neighborhood and existing streetscape. A third floor is uncharacteristic in this neighborhood, and having large rear balconies on such a floor is even more so. The belt line between us is a mitigating factor to some extent. However, the 2001 OMB Amber case stated this mitigating factor does not come into play when the building height is increased, such as to increase the appearance of excessive massing and accordingly leads to adverse impacts and does not fit into the established character of the neighborhood. 3, general intent and purpose of the bylaw. This test includes protection of the use and enjoyment of neighboring properties, especially in relation to rear and side yard relationships. Variances 7, 8, and 10, along with the variances for the rear and side lot lines, are not in conformity with the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw. Lastly, 4, general intent and purpose of official plan. The official plan, under the heading Development Criteria in Neighborhoods, states that the stability of our neighborhood's physical character is one of the keys to Toronto's success. While communities experience constant social and demographic change, the general physical character of Toronto's residential neighborhoods endures. Physical changes to our established neighborhood must be sensitive, gradual, and fit the existing physical character. A key objective of this plan is that the new development respect and reinforce the general physical patterns in a neighborhood. We do not believe that this application does any of the above, and on this test alone, it fails. I have 40 seconds more, if I could have that, please.
Actually, no,
Madam Chair, no.
you're at
She's had
6.5 minutes now, so I need you to wrap up.
Okay.
We started you at 6 minutes, not 5. So
And the fact that I represent Mr. Von Schroeder as well doesn't matter.
No, people have to register in advance, so I extended you the
Okay.
courtesy.
All right.
So you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks.
Okay. Panel members, do you have any questions for the speaker? Mr. Clay has a question for you, Jennifer.
Thanks, Chair. and
Okay.
Thank you very much for the
Okay.
presentation. Thank you very much for the presentation. It was great. I want to ask a little bit about the Beltway in behind you. So there are fences, like it looks like the standard treatment is people put up fences shielding their property from the Beltway. Is that true?
I can't speak for other people, but for us, because we had disabled individuals and we have a pool and it's therapeutic, the city, first of all, required us to have a fence around the pool of, I think it was at least 6 or 8 feet, something like that. So definitely we had to do that. And our fence is away from the belt line. It's where the pool actually is. And then there's a hill that goes down to the belt line that is part of a greenery that joins the belt line. Other people, I noticed, have put fences, but I cannot speak to why they have done that. They may have pools.
Yeah, and it looks
they may
like
have some reason.
it looks like there's a some foliage along the belt line, and it also looks like people walk and hike and jog and bike
we
along
get
there. Is that right? So it's fairly
a
actively
lot of
used.
people.
Yeah, it's very actively used.
A lot of people in the community use it, including ourselves.
Okay, that's all. I just want to get a sense of what is going on between you and the subject property.
Okay. I will say that the houses, the fences along the belt line, the majority of them are.
Who's speaking right now?
Sorry, it's Susan Rowland from 215 Chaplin.
Okay,
So I
I'm
can
sorry.
speak to the-
We're gonna mute you now. So panel members, do you have any further questions for Jennifer? Okay, thank you very much to both of the speakers. We're going to have the agent back now to speak to the issues raised. Hi. Okay, go ahead. We're starting the clock now. Please only address the issues raised, please.
Yeah, sure. For the FSI, if you can go to the basement plan, I have shown the areas of the basement with that landing area, and also a portion of the garage is included in the proposed FSI. As I mentioned, the actual living space is 88%. And also, if you go to the site plan, there is a portion at the rear of all these lots along this side of the Chaplin. There is an extension portion between the greenbelt and private properties that was decommissioned to the owners years ago. Unfortunately, the previous owner of 217 Chaplin failed to obtain that land, and consequently, the depth of this lot is almost 12 feet shorter than the adjacent ones. So if you consider that portion, that extra 12 feet, that adds 440 square feet to the area of the lot and reduces the actual FSI to 85%. Also, I want to mention again that there are many other approved cases in the neighborhood, not only on the Chaplin, that have more proposed FSI, and what we are proposing is even less than what is approved in the neighborhood. For the platform and privacy concerns, if you look at all the platforms in different floors, on the second floor there is a small one for the master bedroom, which is inset, and potentially we could have a window there, and none of these platforms are projected from the rear wall. All of them are inset, and some of them are even covered with that building shell. If you go to the third floor's platform, it's also inside the building length, and it's not encroaching or projecting from the rear wall. We are also proposing a 6-foot wide planter at the south side of this large platform to limit the accessible area, and that planter not only reduces the area for the variance, but also makes the distance between the platform's edge and where people can possibly stand, which I believe satisfies the overlooking and privacy concerns. I should also mention that there is a wide green belt between these properties and the ones at Forest Hill Road. So there is a considerable distance between the rear yards of these properties, and considering that we could actually have a window of interior space at the edge of rear wall, which has the similar impact in regards to the privacy and overlooking. I believe what we are asking for is not out of expectation. And for the side setback, if you go to the second page of my presentation material, only that portion that is shown in red color is not complying, and that's only 1 story, so it doesn't affect the shadow and light. And also the neighbor setback on this side is also 2 feet. We can agree not to install any fence on this side to maintain the access of the neighbor, although it's gonna be through our private property. The rest of the wall not only complies with the required setback, but also has more setback. And for the shadow, if you go to the last page, we have provided a shadow study, and the next page we have compared that shadow with the as of right. And as you see,
Nushin, I need you to wrap up, and then we'll go to questions, okay?
Yeah, sure. As you see, the shadow where the proposed goes beyond the as of right, it mostly happens at the front of the house in the east street. I would be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, panel members, do you have any questions for the agent? Mr. Clay.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to talk a little bit about and understand your proposal to reduce the 3rd-story deck. You mentioned that the way you're doing that is by having a 6-foot planter, or 6 foot wide, or is 6 foot high?
6 foot wide planter at the south edge of the platform. So if you go to 3rd story, that's the whole portion of the platform, and we're gonna put a 6 foot wide planter at the rear, at the south edge of the platform. That makes the distance between where you can stand and the actual rear edge of the building, which limits your view to the back. And the reason for having this platform is, as you see, this is like a back to ravine lot, and we have tried to provide the privacy by having privacy screen on the side. This platform is surrounded with the wall on the east, and that building shell which acts like a privacy screen on the west. And by putting this planter at the south side, we are basically trying to satisfy any privacy or overlooking concerns.
Oh, I understand that. So the 6 foot wide, is that span the distance from the wall to the side of the enclosed part of the 3rd story? So there's no, you can't walk around it? Is that?
Exactly.
And is it a permanent?
Yes, it is a permanent planter, and right at the south side of the platform, we're gonna have a continuous platform permanently installed there with 6 foot width, and the whole width of the balcony, which is almost 14 feet.
Yeah, so and you're going to be putting plantings, of course, in there, so that's going to shield the view as well.
Yes, and we are absolutely okay to have that like a condition on the approval.
Yeah, I was just concerned that it didn't span the entire width, and I was concerned that, you know, someone might be able to just walk around or over it. But what you're saying is that's not the case.
No.
And did you see Transportation's email about your driveway?
Yes, transportation has no concerns about the driveway. The reason that we are lowering the garage is to maintain the existing level of the basement, because if we want to push the garage higher, it consequently brings the basement level higher, and it's technically difficult to just fill the existing excavated area of the basement, because
I get that. They're suggesting a 2 to 4% slope. Are you meeting that, or?
I think we are meeting that.
Okay. The last question I have is just the architectural treatment that you've shrouded the building envelope with. Can you see through it, or is it opaque, or can you see through it?
Actually, I don't know the term in English. It's like you can see through it. It's constructed panels with brick that are installed on the ground, and then they just install it on the like a double facade on the building. And since there is a space between the brick elements, you can see through the holes, and that's why I'm saying the front platforms are basically hidden behind that shed. And the reason for proposing those platforms is just to control and limit the GFA wherever it's not needed in the interior layout. And actually, another point that I want to mention is that this shell is designed by the owner of the property. My clients are engineers and artists, and this is their field of expertise to design and execute such double facade.
Okay, any other questions, panel members?
Again, so sorry to belabor this point, Chair, but I'm just trying to understand. So because you've suggested that the shell in the rear contributes to the privacy screening. So I'm just trying to get a sense that that there is, particularly on the side, I think it was 215 was raising concerns about overlook. You suggested that shell will provide screening for the third floor deck. So does it provide like privacy screening?
As I said, I don't know the term in English. It's called مشبک in Farsi. The effect of this screen is that you can't see from outside, and it brings, since it's perforated, like a perforated panel. It brings light, but you don't have any view. And what I meant in regards to the third floor balcony, we usually propose a 6-foot height privacy screen on the side of such platforms. And if you go to the side elevation, next page, I think, the last elevation, as you see, that portion that is already included in the design with this shell at the rear has more height of 6 feet, and it already works as like a privacy screen.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. That's helpful. Thank you.
Mr. Nipfel, you had a question?
Very quickly, do I understand that the third floor terrace has been decreased because you've put in the planters and you've subtracted the size of the planters from the deck?
Yes, we are proposing a 6-foot wide planter at the edge of the third floor balcony.
So that the size of the planters you've subtracted from the floor area of the deck?
It's deducted from the floor of the platform.
Thanks.
Can you do that?
And that's how we are decreasing the area from 26 square meter to 20 square.
So I understood your answer to say it acts as a barrier and will divide the depth of the terrace.
It's a 6-foot wide planter right at the edge, so you cannot pass beyond that part. So basically, the setback of the accessible area from the rear wall would be 6 foot. So the furthest portion that you can stand and look to the rear has 6 foot distance from the rear main wall.
Right. Okay. That does sort of act as a barrier.
Yes.
Okay.
So,
thank you.
I'm sorry to belabor this. So we're talking about variance 8 here that you changed to 20 meters square.
Yes, exactly.
So don't you still need that size of a deck and you're just putting a planter on it? I don't understand how you can reduce the actual deck itself when you still need the base for the planter.
The size of the platform calculated is based on the accessible area. In many cases, for example, we put another railing inside to just limit the accessible area because that portion is just a platform. When it's accessible, it becomes a variance. For example, if I just remove the door and have no access to that platform, it completely removes the variance. But as I said, since this is a back to ravine lot and there is a beautiful natural feature at the rear, we are...
Yeah, okay, understood. It doesn't make sense to me. But anyway, panel members, do you have any more questions? Okay, let's take this into committee and make a decision on this then. Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I suspect this will be a minority opinion, but I'm unable to support this application. I have real concerns with the depth of the building and the protrusion into the backyard, which I don't think is matched for the majority of the community. I have trouble with variance number 2. The architectural feature, although interesting in isolation, doesn't bear any physical relationship to the character of the street. And I think as a result, it's very intrusive. While we are trying to screen platforms so that they don't create a lot of privacy issues for the neighbors, I'm not convinced that the bylaw should be changed to allow more than one platform. So I have real problems with variance number 7. I continue to have problems with what I believe to be oversized platform on the 3rd floor, which is variance number 8. And the neighbor next door raised concerns about the side yard setback. And if you look at the plan, The only reason that the side yard setback was reduced is because the garage sticks out into the side yard, and there are many opportunities for slightly reconfiguring the interior floor plan so that that actual protrusion doesn't occur. There are also open spaces that bleed through from floor to floor that make the envelope of the building larger than I think it needs to be. So all in total, I actually think that this is an interesting sculptural solution, but I think it's not appropriate for this particular site, and I will not be supporting the application.
I'm going to weigh in on this. I actually agree with Mr. Niffel's comments, and I think the massing is just not appropriate for where it's set. I know there are some other houses not too far away that are of a modern design, but they're staggered, the ones further down, so there's more space and light in between, and I just don't think it's appropriate for this site. I respect the fact that the owners try to do something interesting with the design, but I also will not be supporting this application. Mr. Reid.
Thanks, Chair. I understand both Carl and your concerns with this, because I think it is a big departure from what's there. I'm trying to focus my sights on the actual variances, and I was pleasantly surprised at how minor the variances were, I think, individually and collectively. This is a big building, and it's big on the site, but I think the setback variances and the relationship to depth and length, and those aren't really meaningful variances, I think, in terms of their value and impact over what's permitted. I think also having the belt line in behind and this additional 12 feet or whatever it is of land that doesn't belong to this parcel, I think that goes a long way to reducing the impact on the houses beyond the beltway. I think it's supportable. I'm gonna support it.
Mr. Clay.
There's no doubt that this is a very different and unique design. I'll leave it to the architects to decide whether it is a good design or not, but it is innovative. And this area, Chaplin and environs, appears to be seeing a fair amount of new redevelopment. A lot of them are the more modern square buildings, but this is a very desirable neighborhood, particularly now with the amenities and the belt line and the proximity to both transit and new transit and commercial and retail areas. It's a highly sought area, so it's not surprising that we're seeing these kinds of applications. I kind of agree with Peter. If you look at the actual variances, they are both individually and collectively modest and minor. The amount of the reduction or the improvement in front yard landscaping, I think, is a contributor to it. I'm satisfied with, I think, the explanation that I think I understand about the third-story platform, that it will be reduced inside, and it is indented and set back and shielded by this shell that is going to surround the front and the back. There is a fairly significant and very actively used separation between this lot and the lots in behind on Chaplin or on Forest Hill. That is not only a good distance, but it's really well now foliated with trees and bushes and shrubbery. So I think there's a visual and a physical separation between this property and those in behind. And I get that it's large and imposing and a little different, but based on the variances that are before us, I don't see them as being significant or onerous. So I will be supporting it as well.
Okay, Mr. Chang.
Okay, I basically find the variance very minor, and I try not to, have any judgment of the design. Is it good or bad? It's not really relevant. I'm looking at the massing and even the spatial configuration of the inside. And I think what they're trying to do is to create a light shaft in the middle of the house, and so everything got pushed out. And they try to create a different shape to kind of look at all the variances and trim down to something pretty minor. So if I'm looking at that and the GFA, I mean, even the setback is reduced, and I think at the end of the day, anyone can put a fence at the property line. So I don't think that would reduce any access to anywhere, unless you have an agreement with your neighbor that you're sharing the setbacks as a laneway. But if that's not the case, then I don't think that would be an issue for access. So I don't think there is that difficult to support. I'm in support of it.
Okay, so I'll need a motion then. Mr. Reed.
Thanks, Chair. For the reasons I've discussed and my two other colleagues discussed, I move approval of the application subject to urban forestry condition 2.
Okay, that would be
as amended. As amended, yes, please.
Okay, and the amendment is variance 8 reads 20 meters square and variance 3, 68% at 21.3 meters square. So that's moved by Mr. Reed, seconded by Mr. Clay. All in favor? That motion carries, and myself and Mr. Nipfel dissent. Okay, thank you. Item number 18, 239 Russell Hill Road. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a covering letter from the agent, previous decision affecting the property, arborist report prepared by Urban Forest Innovations, Inc. We have staff report, forestry's asking, I'm not sure. In my notes, I have a question mark because I saw a forestry report but didn't say anything, I don't think. So Sabrina, did you see anything? Because
Through you, Madam Chair, there's 2 reports. The second one is showing Urban Forestry advises that an application to injure or remove these trees may be denied.
Okay, so but there's no condition, right?
But there's no conditions, no.
Okay, so we have 9 form letters in support signed by residents on Russell Hill Road, as well as 1 resident on Clarendon. Correspondence in opposition from 229, 235, 248, and 252 Russell Hill Road. And those came in our supplemental agenda. I am showing 3 speakers in opposition. We've got them all, so if I have the agent, please.
Yep, good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Hi, just need your name for the record.
Yeah, so my name is Sean McGaffey with WND Associates at 90 Eglinton Avenue East, Suite 970, Toronto, Ontario, M4P 2Y3.
Okay, thanks. All right, can you do a presentation, please? And then we'll go to the opposition speakers. We'll start the clock now.
Sure, I'd be happy to. Thank you. So I'm here today on behalf of the owner of 239 Russell Hill Road and in support of the request for the 3 minor variances to permit the proposed front yard landscape design. A similar application for this property was brought to the committee last year in November 2022 and was partially approved by the committee, but concerns were raised regarding the quantum of front yard landscaping, and those variances were refused. Since that time, the owner has engaged our firm and area residents and refined their plans to address the concerns of the committee and neighbors. I'm pleased to say 9 letters of support have been submitted for this revised application. The variances are, in my opinion, minor and will facilitate the construction of an otherwise permitted circular driveway in a typology and configuration that is consistent with the pattern within the neighborhood, which includes circular driveways, large parking forecourts, and sunken below-grade driveway entrances. In the previous application, a total of 70.6 square meters of soft landscape was provided in the front yard, which has now been increased to 91 square meters. This reduced the quantum of the variance required, though still requires relief from the bylaw. Whereas 75% soft landscaping is required, 67% is proposed and is, in my opinion, a minor deviation from the bylaw requirement and maintains the general intent and purpose of the OP and zoning bylaw. Variance 2 was previously for 52% soft landscaping percentage and is now 80.7%, while variance 3 was a 15% deficiency and now a 10% deficiency, or 45 versus 50%. In our review of nearby applications, which range from approvals for soft landscaping in the front yard from a low of 11.8% to 64%, the revised proposal is consistent with the character in accordance with 4.1.5 of the official plan. This was all achieved through a narrowing of the driveway legs to the minimum width under the zoning bylaw and increasing the size of the proposed garden bed areas to accommodate more trees and planting, as well as placing a landscape buffer along the south property line with the neighbor at 235 Russell Hill Road with densely planted boxwoods. The driveway is proposed to be surfaced in an aggregate pea gravel, which contributes to the landscape and heritage character of the home and those nearby. With respect to the concerns raised regarding environmental considerations such as stormwater management, my analysis shows that the property as a whole provides for 36 square meters more of soft landscaping than the bylaw would otherwise require in an as-of-right scenario. On total, the bylaw requires 369 square meters of soft landscaping on the property, whereas 390 square meters is provided. This includes a 90 square meter area of soft landscaping within the south side yard area where the bylaw does not require any to be provided. In this sense, more than the deficiency of the front yard is being made up on another part of the subject site and an area that contributes to the public realm and the openness between homes common within the neighborhood. In order to secure this landscaping, as I just noted that it's not otherwise required, I would be asking the committee to tie the approval of, or any approval of this application to the plans that are on file. With respect to the proposed street tree removal, the owners consulted with urban forestry staff who indicated they do not oppose the variances required and that a subsequent application will be made and that this is the proper order of operations. With respect to the concerns raised by the owner to the south, I would like to confirm there is no aspect of this application that crosses their property line. I'd also like to comment on the concern that this revised application is before you today, rather than through an appeal to the TLAB. In this sense, the owner wished to take the comments from the previous application to heart and engage through a new public process, and I think you see that reflected in the 9 letters of support put before you today, whereas only 1 was provided previously. They have also raised concerns with respect to the parking space not abutting the street, but I would like to clarify that this is a technical matter of the bylaw, where it's relating to the yard itself rather than the parking space. While I understand there's often sensitivity to any application with respect to front yard landscaping and landscaping in general, with particular importance on soft landscape, in my opinion, this application is minor and meets the 4 tests of the Planning Act when considered on whole. With respect to the general intent and purpose of the official plan, the proposal maintains and contributes to the pattern of landscaping and open spaces within the immediate context. With respect to the bylaw, the application proposes to provide more landscaping on the property than is otherwise required, notwithstanding the relief required in the front yard. In my opinion, the relief is minor both on a numerical aspect and in terms of the potential for impact and mitigation required. With respect to the application being appropriate and desirable, in my opinion, the proposal meets this test. The circular driveway is a permitted configuration in this neighborhood that is commonplace and will facilitate safe access to and from the property without impacting the bike lane. Transportation staff do not have any concerns with the proposed driveway nor parking arrangement. In summary, it is my opinion that the proposal meets the 4 tests and warrants the support of the committee today. I'd be happy to address any questions you may have.
All right, thank you very much. We'll have you back after we hear from the opposition. And we have 3 speakers.
Benjamin, you've been unmuted.
Hello, can you hear?
I can. If you could just state your name and address for the record, and then we'll start the clock. You have 5 minutes.
My name is Benjamin Rubin. We live at 229 Russell Hill Road, which is 3 houses south of the subject property. In addition to opposing the variances today, I want to be constructive and propose a variation on the application which would also allow the applicant to meet the soft landscaping and landscaping requirements and at the same time give him the desired circular driveway that he wants. Before proceeding to the substantive matter, I do want, the agent mentioned that there were 9 letters of support. There was a 1-line letter. I do note that all 9 letters came in, were dated. In fact, they were signed and dated 5 days after the deadline for submission. The deadline for submitting written supporting material was Wednesday, June 21 at 4:30 p.m. And the letters in support were dated June 27th or 26th, and were submitted on 26th and 27th. I'm not sure if that in some way disqualifies them, but
No.
that's not the substance of my remarks. I do want to note that this is essentially a repeat application to install a circular driveway, as in a previous notice of decision from November 2022, when variances 1, 3, and 7 of that decision, which were refused. It should be noted, however, that because the November 2022 decision, the circular driveway was not allowed because it violated the rules about minimum landscaping and minimum soft landscaping, the committee did see fit to allow another variance request, which was for an additional parking space in the front yard, even though the bylaw provides that a parking space may not be located in the front yard. So now the applicant, having pocketed one variance in which a parking space in violation of the rules against front yard parking spaces was granted because the circular driveway's overpaving was refused, is now applying to add to the parking space in the front yard violation and also overpave the front yard in violation of the rules about minimum landscaping and minimum soft landscaping. And the agent's argument is, well, it's not as bad as the previous application. And that's true. But turning to the intent and purpose of the policy, not to have the front yards of residential streets turned into parking lots is one of the main reasons why these rules providing for minimum landscaping and soft landscaping were implemented in the first place. The requested variances are violations of the purpose of that policy. And these variances, if allowed, would negatively affect the landscape of the entire neighborhood, in particular the front part, which is visible to everybody, neighbors, and all the many people who use Russell Hill Road. However, if Mr. Paisley redesigns the paving plan to comply with the minimum landscaping and open landscaping, he can build his circular driveway for his private benefit. And if you examine the plan, it is clear that if Mr. Paisley were to eliminate the parking space, the parking pad, an extra parking pad on the south part of his front yard that in the previous application decision was allowed, then he could easily comply. And in fact, he wouldn't even have to cut down one of the trees that he's going to cut down. It says, if you notice on the south side of the thing, it says remove planting. If that whole parking space was not employed, and instead it was just a circular driveway, then he would not be in violation of any of the rules about minimum soft landscaping and would not require a variance. However, if Mr. Paisley insists on being greedy and taking the variance against locating parking spaces in the front yard and pocketing it, and then applying a second time to overpave the rest of the front yard and asking for a variance on that as well, then clearly it should be refused.
All right, thank you, sir. Panel members, do you have any questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Rubin. Can I have the next speaker, please?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah. Can I have your name and address for the record, please?
Sure. Peter McGraw and 235 Russell Hill Road,
Thanks.
which is just south.
Okay, thank you very much. We're starting the clock now. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, thanks so much. If you could look at my objection that I submitted, I don't know if you can see it on the screen there, or you can pull it up. The front, the first, no, not that one. The first page has a picture of the applicant's house, and there's a, yeah, you're in the right one. And you see the bin there. That was actually the parking space that he got a variance for. And like Benjamin mentioned, that's because they denied the, well, actually, it's because they had already installed that without a permit. And so retroactively, they gave them a parking pad. I just want to say, my understanding of the rule is that they got a variance to have a parking pad abutting the street. And if you see, you know, the picture or what they're proposing, that parking pad is not abutting the street. It's almost like he's drawn a second driveway going to the side of the house. So he's, you know, it doesn't appear to be what he got the clearance for. And I totally agree with Benjamin that he pocketed first the parking pad and then has now come back to, you know, reapply for the exact same, you know, variance. The other thing is I understood the applicant had 15 days to appeal. They didn't appeal it. I don't know why they didn't do it in that time, but so I just think that this is unfair to all of us that we have to go through this again, even though they've changed the proposal, but they should have done that within the 15 days. Going to, I believe, my page 4, on the picture that or the plans I got, it looks like their curb cuts will go on my property. So that's point number 4 of mine, which is, you know, an absolute no-go. I can't believe that someone would actually build a circular driveway and put the curb cuts onto the neighbors. The agent for the applicant said that's not the case, but I mean, just visually, it looks like that's going clearly over our property line. And then also, an important point is that by my calculation, you know, with these curb cuts, we're going to lose about 22 feet of parking space on Russell Road, which all my neighbors can say that it's a big concern for us because a lot of us, you know, either have guests that come over or help or whatnot, and there's less and less parking every day. There's so much construction going on, and so this is just going to eat away at I'd say 2 parking spots. And the other thing is, if we go to page, this is the point on page 6, where I showed that the parking spot is not abutting the street. If you look at that picture, it really is as if they've drawn another driveway down the side of their house, which I really just, because that's not in the front of their house, that's actually going into the side of their house. So you see the front windows and everything. So I just don't know, that was not the variance that they got cleared. Then you go to page 7, and just to put it in context, my neighbor has, it's a husband and wife and a child. And I just have no clue why they need all this parking space and why they're getting rid of all their greenery. If you look in the backyard, what they already got clearance for, they have 2 parking spots and a double garage in the back. So that's, you know, they've got excessive space. Then they've got, they already have a parking pad, which they want to take down and then build, you know, replace it in another spot. It's just, if you see what they already got in the backyard, I mean, they're replacing all the beautiful green space with paving, and I just, you know, it's over the top. So anyways, that's my thinking. And I agree with Benjamin that if they come back, I'm not crazy about the circular driveway, but I can live with it. But I just think that parking pad, it was not what they got the variance for. That's not abutting the street. It's almost like they're building a side driveway. But if they got rid of that, I think that I could live with that. And I think that'd be much more fair and green in nature, keep the sort of beauty of our street. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, if we can have our final speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Mark Raffman. Can you hear me?
I can. I just need your address for the record, and then you have 5 minutes.
Okay, I live at 248 Russell Hill Road, and I'm across the street and up a little bit. And I had a few objections. I don't know if this is a legal requirement. If it isn't, you can just gloss over it. But I'm used to seeing signs posted at the front of properties when there's some sort of variance required, and there hasn't been any to my knowledge. I pass by there regularly. So that's something for the committee to consider. Secondly, this is basically the same. It's only a slight modification from an application that was turned down. And I don't consider it minor. Again, you know, the committee can decide if 75% to 67% is minor, or 60% to 50% is minor. That doesn't sound minor to me in the plain English meaning of the word minor. But that's what they're asking for. And I think that the loss of soft landscaping, when they already have some approval for removal at the back for installing a pool in aggregate, is cutting down on some serious public interest issues, such as, you know, environmental reasons like heating effect, runoff into the sewers, and the general cosmetic effect on the landscape of the neighborhood. This is, you know, we all know that the world is burning up around us, and there's regulations in place for very good reason. And I think the committee should seriously consider the negative effect of reducing the soft landscaping. The other thing that other people haven't picked up on so much is losing the parking space. And I think it's more than just one parking space, or it has the potential to be more than one parking space, because it's cutting up the existing parking. And so if somebody doesn't park as efficiently as possible, we may lose another parking space. Now, granted, it's on the opposite side from the bike lane, but the effect is that people don't have room on the east side of the street, so they park on the west side of the street. That does cut into the bike lane. That bike lane is heavily used, and you know, it just takes a fraction of a second for a cyclist to veer out around a parked car and that's parked in the bike lane. I see it all the time, and people are just lazy. They don't want to park a little bit further away, and you know, you could have a serious accident. So, and that, also the loss of parking is a concern, because there's a lot of people. I see every second person I see walking up the street has a tennis racket in their hand. There's a lot of people that play tennis at the park on the west side of the street, and they park on our street. And there's a lot of tradespeople that park on our street, because there are several major construction sites just further down. So that all impacts the people who might want to have guests over and don't have room in their own driveway. So I think this is, you know, not something minor. If they had decided to, when I spoke to the owner prior to the previous application, I asked him if he had considered permeable paving, and he said he hadn't heard of anything to that effect. Well, there certainly is lots of different types of permeable surfaces that cars can park on. And if you wanted to rip up the existing solid parking pads and put something permeable there, I'd have a little less objection, although I still think that loss of parking is significant. So, it's nice to have a circular driveway. It may be allowed, but I don't think it's as important as the environmental effects of losing soft landscaping. Thank you. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you, sir. And any questions for the speaker? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Raffman. Can I have the agent back, please?
Hi, good afternoon.
Hi. Mr. McGaffey, you have 5 minutes. Please speak only to the issues raised.
Sure. Thank you very much. So I've kind of organized some of the comments here into themes, but I'll start with the tree consideration along Russell Hill Road, which is the removal or the proposed removal of one street tree on the south side of the driveway entrance there. This has been reviewed by Urban Forestry, and the client or the applicant or the owner, sorry, worked closely with them for their work going on in the rear yard, which included preservation of a significant tree. So this isn't, taking down trees just because they are proposing to plant an additional 5 new trees within that front garden bed area there, as well as 2 replacement street trees within the municipal frontage to be coordinated with urban forestry staff. And I just wanted to speak to that graphic that was shown in one of those comment letters, the second comment letter, just showing the hardscape area of the backyard. I just think it's a little misleading because it cuts off the entire soft landscape portion of the rear yard, which is the majority of it. And that's another 251 square meters of soft landscape. And the paving area in the rear yard is surfaced with a permeable material as per the previous application. Just again, on the permeable aspect of it within the front yard, I noted in my presentation that the owner is seeking to surface this in a aggregate, like a pea gravel aggregate system with a geogrid. And that's his desire to have the sort of heritage look of the property with a more traditional material in that sense. And the existing double garage was really, I'll just speak to the previous application, which I was not involved in. But it was designed for essentially a carriage with a carriage turntable, even because there was challenges at that time of making proper maneuvers to get back out to Russell Hill Road. With respect to the on-street parking, again, this has been something that's been canvassed with transportation staff, and if there are concerns of people parking within the bike lane, I do think that's an enforcement issue as opposed to a land use planning issue. I'm definitely not here to support encroachments or parking of vehicles within the bike lane, particularly the one on Russell Hill Road, which is very heavily used. I also touched on in my presentation just the aspect of the parking space, abutting the street or not. That parking space is generally consistent with what was shown in the previous application and approved by the committee in that configuration. So really the change that we're talking about today is really trying to increase the soft landscaping as much as possible in the front yard. And that's what I worked with the owners to do here in terms of making the driveway as small as possible to still otherwise comply. And I'll speak to the notice sign. I attended the site. I posted the notice sign myself. I always get a second notice sign just in case someone steals it or it gets knocked down. And immediately upon receipt of that letter, I reached out to my client who confirmed that the sign has been erected since I installed it. And they live in the home, so they see it every day. With respect to just the general sort of concern about soft landscape, I don't disagree with the comments that have been made in terms of the environmental considerations, and that's why I really think it's important to look at the property on a whole and what the bylaw would otherwise require. In this sense, the proposal is over providing soft landscape on the subject site in accordance with what the bylaw requires. And I think that's an important part to make because really the minor variance and the committee of adjustment process is the appropriate way to deal with these sort of situations where you have considerations like this, where you may be deficient in one area, but you're balancing it with another. And I think that speaks to the criteria of the official plan as well in terms of the pattern of development and landscape open space. The required side yard setback on a property like this, if it were to have undergone redevelopment instead of a renovation, would be 1.2 meters versus the 5.6 meters provided. So I do feel that that is an important consideration. It is a substantial lawn area within that side yard, and you can almost just sort of imagine, taking that piece and rotating it onto the front yard area is substantial landscape open space on the property. So I would just ask that the committee consider that in their deliberations, and also any approval be tied to that condition as I previously requested.
Okay, thank you. Just quickly, if you could comment on the suggestion that was made, I think, by Mr. Rubin regarding removing that parking space because you have that full driveway showing on the other side.
Well, the parking space is really there to ensure that the circular driveway piece is not blocked and the access to the rear yard is not blocked. So that's why, in the previous application, it was tucked back there as well. And I actually think it's in a better location than if it were directly abutting the street, because this allows for some landscape screening as well as some landscaping space between the parking space and the south side yard, which will be planted with full boxwood features for screening.
Okay, panel members, any questions? And Mr. Clay, as a side note, I can't see you, so if you have a question, just speak up. But Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. You indicated that the applicant would like to pave or surface the driveway areas in the front yard with a material that's consistent with the heritage character of the property. Do you have a name for the actual material he's using? Is it pea gravel?
I think pea gravel is probably the best way I can describe it.
So you wouldn't have a problem if this is approved, to having a condition that all the paving shown on the site plan in the front yard is to be pea gravel?
No, I don't think that would be an issue. It would use some sort of like a geogrid cup system to hold the gravel to provide its stability, but it would be a gravel system is what he's proposing.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, panel members? Okay, let's take it into committee for a decision then. Mr. Reid?
Thanks, Chair. I'll start. I think there'll be some discussion on this one. Looking at the variances themselves, they are quite small, and usually that's my the main thing I lean on in terms of coming to a decision. I think the impacts of these, though, in terms of removing the on-street parking space, I don't think that's in the public interest, and I don't think that's desirable. There's a huge portion of this site that's already paved, and I think this gets to the issue of need, which is not really one of the things we consider. But there's already a room for many cars to park on this site, and I just don't see this as being something that's necessary, particularly with the removal of an on-street parking spot. So I'm not going to be supporting this.
Mr. Clay.
Thanks, Chair. I sat on this application when it was before us previously, and we, at that time, had a very extensive discussion about this. And there were major concerns, I think, at that point about the circular driveway, the amount of parking, and the variances. Even though the applicant has come back and reduced or improved those variances a little bit, they still exist. My recollection of this application was that I think the consensus of the panel was that there were significant design changes that could be made that would eliminate the variances entirely.
Alert from reminders.
Go ahead.
And I still am concerned, as I was the first
reminders.
I'm
Is that
sorry.
me?
No, it's not you. I don't know what it is. Sorry, Larry. Keep going.
I don't like, I am concerned about the loss of the trees, even though they'd be replanted. I am concerned about the landscape. This is a large site and a large piece of property, and the fact that it's still requiring a soft landscaping and landscaping variance is concerning to me. I do think that there are lots of opportunities for parking on the opposite side, or the side where the existing driveway is. There appears to be a parking pad there now. I think, you know, if there could be either a circular driveway eliminating that proposed parking pad on the opposite side, or eliminating the circular driveway, having that parking pad, and still allowing opportunities for safe entrance and exit onto the street is still there. I just think that the consensus last time was that this was an inappropriate application, and the reason was that there were other alternatives that would eliminate the need for landscaping variances, and I don't see that here. Even though I appreciate the attempt to reduce or improve the variances, I think there's opportunities to eliminate them entirely and still satisfy the parking needs of the residents. So for that reason, I won't be supporting this either.
Okay. If there's Mr. Cheng.
Oh, I just want to add that it actually looks quite nice, but from a very traditional way of design, that's probably something that will be accepted. But because of the way how we want to promote a higher soft landscape in our city, this kind of paving is, I wouldn't say out of fashion, but it's not very future proofing. And therefore it is very hard for us to approve something like this anymore. We need more real soft landscape that can actually help dealing with the climate. So plus all the opinions that my colleagues have mentioned, there are opportunities to increase the landscape. So yeah, I won't be able to support it as well.
Okay, if I could have a motion then. Mr. Reid?
Thanks, Chair. For the reasons I mentioned before, I move that this application be denied.
Seconder, Mr. Clay. So motion to refuse moved by Mr. Reid, seconded by Mr. Clay. All in favor? Okay, that motion carries. Panel members, we have one item left plus the one we have to go back to. Do you want 5 minutes or do you want to keep going? You're okay to keep going? All right. Item number 20. So there is no item 19. It's postponed. That was 555 Bloor Street East. So we're going to go to item 20, which is 192 Dunvegan Road. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a tree site plan prepared by Kuntz Forestry Consulting Incorporated. Previous decision affecting this property, as well as a previous TLAB decision affecting this property. An arborist report prepared by Kuntz Forestry Consulting, presentation materials from the planning consultant. We have email correspondence from the application technician, from Committee of Adjustment, a form letter in support in our supplemental agenda from 208 Dunvegan. Correspondence in opposition from number 200 Dunvegan, as well as 57 and 59 Hillholm Road and 190 Dunvegan, which is adjacent. I'm showing 2 speakers in addition to the agent. Do I have the agent online?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Franco Romano here on behalf of the owner.
Hi, if you could do a presentation, no more than 5 minutes, and then we'll go to the opposition.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to, just while this page is on the screen, just seek an amendment to that purpose of the application.
Okay, what is it?
Just a clarification on the purpose of the application, because there is no rear second story balcony.
Okay. That's in the comments.
Yeah, there is, it's actually a label that's on the plans that is incorrect. And if you actually look at the side elevations, you'll see that there's no railing or anything. So this should, the purpose of the application should read to construct a new 3-story detached dwelling with a ground level covered porch, rear balcony on the 3rd floor, and an integral 4-car garage.
Okay, I think Sabrina, you have that? Yep, staff has that. So we'll start the clock now. Go ahead.
Madam
Yeah.
Chairman, could I suggest that Mr. Romano doesn't have a lot of time to speak, but could he particularly reference what has changed since this was before committee before?
Okay, during your 5 minutes, if you could incorporate that, that would be appreciated. So we'll start the clock now. Franco,
Thank
go
you,
ahead.
Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair. Staff for bringing up slide 1. That's terrific. So a differently constituted committee of adjustment panel had before it an application that involved a 3-story dwelling that had a significantly larger bulk, mass, and more development occupying the perimeter of the property, including the backyard. There were 19 variances being proposed at the time, or sorry, 15 variances that were proposed at the time. And what you will see is that actually, I'll spend most of my time speaking to those if I discuss them individually. So when I went to the T-Lab, it was actually reduced to 9 variances. And what is before the panel today is for 5 variances. So at the upper right of slide 1, you'll see eliminated variances, building height, side yard setbacks, rear yard soft landscaping, main wall height, platform area, and balcony front yard encroachment. So a number of those were multiple variances, such as side yard setbacks. So the proposal complies with building height. It's actually lower than the permitted building height. It complies with the side yard setbacks. There is more than 50% of the rear yard soft landscaping being provided, and actually that fed into a number of trees that are now being preserved as opposed to being removed because there were rear structures being proposed at the time. The main wall height has been reduced. It used to be 8.33 meters. It is now 7.88 meters. So it is in full compliance, and that is less than the zoning bylaw permissions. And the platform area has been eliminated altogether. I think it was over 11 square meters that was being proposed. The building depth and building length variances have been reduced. And the building depth and length variances include a outdoor living area that is being counted even for floor space index by the zone examiner, but it has been reduced from what was initially proposed by about 2.7 meters. The building is shorter. The building is not only in terms of height, but in terms of length and depth. And the floor space index has also been reduced. Floor space index has probably been the least reduced amount, and that is because initially, and even at the T-Lab, much of the accessibility requirements dealing with a property grade and the accessibility requirements of some of the owner's family for this property was outside the building. So there was a lot occurring outside. There's a lot of construction or hardscape and elements in the rear and towards the side, including pedestrian entrances and platforms on the side yards. Those have all been internalized. So there are internal ramps, the doorways are all wider, etc. There's an elevator inside the building. What has also changed is that the dormer condition for the 3rd floor habitable space used to project along the sides as well as along the back. The side projection has been eliminated altogether, and you'll see that in the lower 2 right-hand side building elevations, the north side and the south side. So those, the roof slopes. Where there is a dormer for that third floor habitable space, it is recessed, and it is only towards the rear, and it is only towards the center part of the rear. So you'll see on the side elevations where the two abut each other, you'll see that top dormer is recessed or inset, so then the sloped roof covers that that balcony and covers that dormer projection. So there's a significant amount of reduction in the building mass, the building scale, and height. And those were all issues that were identified through the TLAB decision. And in terms of vegetation, instead of those perimeter trees being impacted, only the trees that are being impacted are only around the perimeter of the dwelling itself. So those are existing dwelling area, and you'll see that that outline is there on the site plan. So the proposal is a reduction from what was originally proposed, but it's also not significant. It's not significantly different from the existing 23 meter building length. It's obviously L-shaped, but now it's...
You're past 5 minutes, so if I could just have you back after we hear from the opposition.
Chair,
Okay.
can I just ask a
Yeah.
point of clarification before we go to the speakers?
Yeah.
Franco, you said that there's originally 15 variances. You went down to 9 when you went to TLAB, and then you got refused at TLAB, and now you're at 5. So what has changed? Can you be specific about what has changed between TLAB and now in terms of the variances? Which additional variances did you either change or eliminate subsequent to TLAB?
Yes, certainly. Thank you for that question. Through you, Madam Chair. Building height has been eliminated. The side yard setbacks on both sides have been eliminated. The building depth has been reduced from 27.1 meters to 24.4 meters. The building length has been reduced from 29.1 meters to 26.44 meters. And that includes that covered outdoor terrace area in the back.
And
So the actual building itself, first floor and second floor is 19.58 meters, and the third floor is 12.52 meters. So those are also reductions.
Those are all the specific changes you made post TLAB.
Yeah, I'm not through them all yet. So there's been some more changes. So I can, just to finish off the list through Madam Chair, the floor space index has been reduced from 0.85 to 0.8. The front yard landscaping has increased from 64% to 66%. The rear yard soft landscaping variance has been eliminated altogether. And another building height variance under the old bylaw has been eliminated. Those are all the changes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. If we could have the first speaker, please.
Oh, hello. My name is Deborah Zucker, and I live at 200 Dunvegan Road, which is the house that is immediately to the west of the subject property. And while I appreciate that there have been some changes made to the plan, I believe that the house is still too big as it stands. I also believe that the front of the house, because of the grade and the garage and the way that it comes in, gives the house the appearance of a 4-story home. And also the hard landscaping will also be very unattractive on the street. I believe that if you look at number 2 of the bylaw, number 2 on the variances, the height above the first floor height above grade also emphasizes this problem of the house appearing to be a four-story home, because it is lifting the house up higher than the two neighbors on either side. So more soft landscaping in the front, lowering the home, and put together numbers 3, 4, and 5, all those variances still leave us a house that is too big for the lot and not appropriate to the neighborhood. In the back, the third floor balcony, we were told that the third floor balcony is a requirement by firefighters, and I'm not sure if that's entirely true, but a third floor balcony will have a very negative impact on my privacy in my backyard and Dr. Bellingham's privacy in his backyard as well. I just also wanted to point out to you that the letter in support from 208 Dunvegan, that individual is actually a builder speculator. So I'm not surprised that he wrote a letter in support. And I was just wondering also if the City of Toronto has stopped allowing people to make driveways that would go up the slope and then go into an underground garage. At our site meeting, Mr. Romano suggested that that would lead to flooding, but I would think that an at-grade driveway going right into a garage has more chance of flooding than the one that goes up a slight slope. So I would also say that these variances requested are not minor, and the proposal is not desirable for the appropriate development or use of the land or building. The general intent and purpose of the city's zoning code and or bylaw are not maintained, and the general intent and purpose of the official plan is not maintained. So again, even though there were considerable changes made, the house still remains too big for the lot. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the speaker? Okay, seeing none, if I could have the next speaker. Thank you, Ms. Zucker.
Let's check okay. Let's check okay. Hello?
Hi, is this Charlene?
Yes.
Hi, if I could just have your name and address for the record, and then you have 5 minutes.
Yes, it's Charlene Moore at 57 Hillholm Road, which is directly behind the 192 Dunvegan House.
Go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak on these matters. I believe the proposed building will be still too large for the size of the lot and in proportion to its neighbors. The length and depth would be a significant amount over the maximum permitted in the zoning bylaws. The requested floor space index especially would greatly exceed the zoning bylaws. Overall, this house would be an overdevelopment in relation to its neighbors' homes and not suitable for the character of the neighborhood. These are not minor variances. They don't maintain the general intent and purpose of the official plan and zoning bylaws. Would not be an appropriate or suitable use of land, I think. Some changes were made. I do appreciate that. But the variances regarding building length, depth, and floor space index are still too large. As we three neighbors have extensively described over the last year, there would be several negative impacts on the houses of the neighbors. So I do oppose the application. Now, I did want to note a few things about, I want to ensure that it was on record that, and included in the final plan, that that second floor balcony would not be used as a balcony, which Mr. Romano has clarified. It's just going to be the roof of the covered porch, he said. And I want to make it sure that it's clear that no trees will be cut down at the rear of the property, which is along the fence line shared with my property. Because originally there were some there, and there's still some confusion. I think it's tree 7 still required a permit on the tree plan, but that is one of them along the rear as far as I know. So I would like to clarify that that would not be cut down. And that no pool houses will be built. We were told just last week, whereas originally there were 3 minor structures along the back line.
Okay, we'll have Mr. Romano clarify that. Panel members, do you have any questions for the speaker? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Ms. Moore. Mr. Romano there?
Hello, Madam Chair.
Yep, go ahead. You have 5 minutes to speak to the issues raised.
Yes, if staff can bring up that tree protection plan, please, that'd be terrific. Excellent. Thank you. Kind of hard in this view, but you'll see the Dunvegan is at the top of the screen and the backyard is in the bottom of the screen. You'll see there's a, I'm going to call it pink. I don't know how you see it because I'm colorblind, but there's a pink box adjacent to the rear lot line with a bunch of circles. Those circles are trees. That includes tree number 7. That was one of the trees that was being removed under an earlier iteration of the plan in front of the committee, in front of the TLAB. It is being protected. And you'll see that that's part of the tree protection zone there. And there are no pool houses. The length and depth were raised by both Ms. Moore and Ms. Zucker at today's proceeding. And I want to just point out a few things regarding what's happening just along the street itself. And I have this in slide number 2 of my presentation materials. Just along the street itself, Dunvegan, where it bends, so the same block, there are 54% of properties exceed 19 meters in building length and depth, and 20% exceed 24 meters. And the range is up to 32.46 meters. That includes first generation homes as well as new construction. And in terms of new construction, there's about 11 applications within that same block that were approved by the Committee of Adjustment or the Toronto Local Appeal Body for building length and building depth. So that is a common occurrence on the street and within the neighborhood. And the proposal and the way that it articulates building length and depth, including the reductions that have been made, are consistent with that character and are as no way out of keeping with that character. In terms of floor space index, we'll see a similar pattern. On the next slide, slide number 3, you'll see floor space indices within that same block range up to 0.9, with 88% of properties, including the existing on the subject site today. 88% of properties exceed 0.35. And there are a significant number of properties that have been approved not only within this block, but within the neighborhood for floor space index. And they are in excess of 0.8 for 7 properties over the last decade, just within the existing block on Dunvegan. So the floor space index is not out of keeping with the area. It's actually respecting and reinforcing the area. And that floor space index includes that rear terrace area. So that is not over and above. That is included as the 0.8 that's being proposed. We go back to slide number 1, please. Thank you, staff. In the upper left, you'll see there's a picture of the existing property, and there's a vehicle that's parked parallel to the vehicle that's parked on the road. That area is being recaptured as landscaped. That is a paved area that's in the boulevard. But in behind it, you'll see that there is an elevated hardscape. That elevated hardscape basically masks the existing building. That is the existing grade. So one puts in an integral garage. That is at grade. It's not a below grade garage like Ms. Zucker would like to see, but the city does not like to see. And what we see on the existing building is 3 stories with dormers in the roof line. But the proposed building has clearly 2 stories of fenestration and then some punctuations in the roof, but not a 3rd story showing the roof line. So this is not a 4-story building. And we'll see if staff can just scroll down a little bit on the elevations, the bottom of this slide one, that one of the purposes behind having the first floor, basically where the existing first floor is today, this house is not being raised from where it is today in terms of first floor, is that it is on a level plane with a rear yard. So the rear yard, the first floor, you just walk right out onto the grass. So subject to any questions, I submit that what's being proposed here is sensitive to neighbors' concerns and has no adverse impact. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, panel members. Any questions? Mr. Clay.
Thanks, Chair. Frank, you probably overheard our previous discussion of the last application about front yard landscaping, and you're a little short. Is there anything you can do to up that, or what's the proposed treatment for your driveway?
Yes, thank you for that question. It's because of the grade difference, it's difficult to increase the landscaping. We looked at it as much as we can and still have two vehicle entrance into the driveway. So there is an increase over what is there today because that hardscape, that driveway that's in the boulevard is being recaptured as landscaping. The only thing that I can suggest is a condition that the driveway be constructed of permeable materials, and that would compensate for the 5.66 square meter soft landscape variance that's being requested.
That's great, thanks.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Okay, let's take it into committee then for a decision. Carl, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. It seems like this application has a long history, and I'm impressed with the changes that have been made. I think they've been made over a period of time and in response to committee adjustment and TLAB. I think that the project is substantially improved, particularly with the removal of the second-story balcony, and with the without belaboring all the individual things, I do think that it fits into the community. It is a big building, it is a deep building, but there are other buildings that are very similar, as Mr. Romano indicated in his assessment of the area. I'm satisfied that the application is an attribute to the area and does not pose negative implications, and subject to the change that Larry has suggested and that Mr. Romano agreed to, that the driveway be impermeable pavers, I'd like to move approval of the application.
As a,
as amended.
As amended. Okay, are you seconding, Larry? Okay, so that motion then with the condition for permeable pavers as amended, moved by Mr. Nipfel, seconded by Mr. Clay. All in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously. If we can go back now to item number 6, which is 436 Westmoreland Avenue North. So I guess I'll just read what we have before us, but we've already had the discussion on this, so we're just going back to see what the applicants would prefer to do with this. But we do have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 5 photographs of trees on the property. We have staff report from community planning, and I think, yeah, they have a condition, and then, no, I'm sorry, can't read my own writing here. They had refused variances 3 and recommended refusal of variance 3 and 5. Forestry wanted condition number 1. We have concerns from 2 people with no address, 443 and 380A Westmoreland. We don't have any speakers listed on this one. So if I could have the agent then, as well as the owners.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Santana, what kind of decision did you folks come to with respect to whether or not to defer or going ahead with changes?
Yes, we made a decision, and again, thank you very much for this opportunity to discuss it for the approval. And in light of the comments made earlier by the committee, we would like to request the following. So number one, to continue with our application with split approval and not to defer, given that the principal building variances have no issues and can be approved. We will accept the final decision of the committee today regarding the ancillary structure or whatever it may be. And second, we would like to request and accept that the minor variances 3 and 4 pertaining to ancillary structure, height, and number of stories respectively be refused if the committee decided so we can accept that. Number 3, as for minor variances 5 and 6, we would like to request that for the minor variance number 6 regarding the ancillary structure lot coverage be approved, and minor variance number 5 be amended or revised to allow for the total floor area of 49.07 square meters be approved, to be in alignment with variance number 6.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm running out of space here. So variance number 5, you want to amend it to what area?
49.07.
49.07.
Or sorry, variance number 6 be approved.
Right.
And variance number 5 be amended to allow for a total floor area of 49.07. The same lot coverage in variance number 6.
Okay. And variance 7 would stay okay, right? Would stay the
Yes,
same?
ma'am.
Okay, and we would be deleting we would refuse variances 3 and 4, correct?
Yes, and it makes sense to us as well.
Okay, hold on. I'm just writing this all down. And then the other two, 1 and 2, stay the same, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, so just going to go over this one time so we have this right. So basically, we would be approving variances 1, 2, 6, and 7. Variance 5 would be amended to read 49.07 meters square, and we'll refuse variances 3 and 4.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Madam Chairman, do we need to change the purpose of the application as well then?
Okay, thanks, Mr. Nipfel. Sabrina, can you weigh in on the purpose?
It's a 1-story rather than a 2-story now?
Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, if you are refusing variances number 3 and 4, that's to reflect the purpose of being 2 stories in height for the ancillary building. So we wouldn't have to change the purpose of application.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Oh, because we made the change. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
Okay. So panel members, we're in committee. Do you need me to read this again, or are we all good? Okay.
Chair, did we not suggest, and I thought they accepted the walkway in the rear to be permeable?
Yes, we did have that also. Mr. Santana, are you still there? You do remember that we were talking about that condition and you were okay with that?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Thanks for the reminder, Larry. Okay, so with the condition for the rear walkway to be permeable, and then refusal variance 3 and 4, approving variances 1, 2, 6, and 7, and number 5 is amended to 49.07 meters squared. And Larry, I actually had you as the mover originally. Do you still want to take this one?
Yeah, sure. Happy to. I move exactly what you just said, Chair.
Okay. And Peter and Carl, you had your hands up at the same time. Who wants to take this one?
Carl can take it. I think we also have to add urban forestry condition 1. So.
We do.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so with that, the motion is moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Mr. Nitfall. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Okay, that concludes the morning session. Let's come back at 3. It's 2:20. All right, everybody okay with that? Okay, and that'll be with item 2175 Ennerdale Road. Okay, thanks, everybody. See you later.